Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hockinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to sign up.
You didn't specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball, which is like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself, and if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, your score is what your game is at. So, like, you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like, every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's not a record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can
What?
if four of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
But if you're just you and your boys at your local muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking for the ball.
No.
Everybody looks for the ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hawkinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just...
To the Diamondbacks and Rockies game. Good God, how many times are the Rockies going to cross us on this damn show? Because, listen, every time we include, like, fading the Rockies on our parlay, the Rockies just turn into, like, the best team ever, like the 90s Yankees. So over the weekend, let's go over our bets. So best bet for me was Diamondbacks' first 5 run line against the Rockies. Listen, this kid pitching for the Rockies, last time around against the Diamondbacks, he gave up 10 earned runs. The Diamondbacks are the best first top 5 team in all of baseball. One would think that this was a solid bet, but no, the Rockies were leading by a run after 5 innings, and they won that game 4-3. What are the Diamondbacks doing? They just got beat by the Rockies in this past series, so I feel that they should be in the corner of shame. Speaking of parenting, Arizona Diamondbacks, go stick your nose in the corner.
Go play with Play-Doh, Diamondbacks. We don't even want to watch you anymore. Go play with Play-Doh. Here's your iPad. Just, wander off into the corner in the playroom so we can catch a little nap the next time we think about actually betting you, especially against the Rockies.
All right, so how'd your bets do? Looks like you won one at least.
I did, yeah. Mariners on the money line against the Mets on Friday night worked out well, even if it didn't work out last night in the Little League Classic that, ironically enough, with a bunch of 12-year-olds in attendance, wasn't over until like 1 a.m. And then Astros, I had them on the run line Friday against the Orioles. That did not go well for Ember Valdez, toying with his placement in the circle of trust yet again.
The circle of trust. The circle of trust is now a dot. Like, we were complaining about this over the weekend. It feels like just about everybody's giving up runs. Everybody's getting hurt. Zach Wheeler is now going to be out for a while. I will say Nathan Eovaldi had a good start yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get to bet on him because he was pitching on a Sunday. But I should mention that our parlay did not win because of those damn Rockies. And also, Den's bet didn't win either. The Rangers... It wasn't right. Like, what a weird parlay. So we had a fight bet for Dylan that the guy didn't make weight or something. What a weird thing. I guess this is something in fights. And then the Rangers didn't win. So needless to say, the squad parlay did not win again this week. But listen, we are due. We are going to hit one of these eventually. Maybe just not anytime soon. All right, so the Bengals are also hoping that things transpire with Trey Hendrickson, as we all do. I, for one, am very sick of talking about Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals. It feels like this has been going on for 84 years. But after months of stalemating at the negotiating table, the Bengals are listening to offers for Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson is coming off a monster year. He would be a huge boost to anybody's defense. And according to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, the Panthers, the Browns, and Colts are all interested in possibly trading for Trey Hendrickson. So I feel like he kind of needs a change of scenery. Like, after all this has gone down, I think it would do him, better just to maybe play for another team when he is clearly not getting along with the front office. Do you think one of these teams, number one, do you think he'll go somewhere? Because I feel like we've heard this story before where somebody's on the trade table and they're not happy with their team, but eventually they just stay with their team. So do we think he leaves?
I'm as close to believing Trey Hendrickson is not going to be a Bengal come week 1 as I've ever been. I mean, typically when we talk about these trade demands, right, it's just a negotiating ploy. It's Myles Garrett saying, I want to go contend for a championship. Sure you do, Miles. Here's $40 million. I love Cleveland. It changes real quick. Snap of a finger. Same thing going with Terry McLaurin, right? Off the PUP list. I know we'll get to Bengals Commanders in a little bit, but he's going to end up coming to some sort of agreement with Washington and staying there. But when you get to the instance of Trey Hendrickson, who has been doing his best to put pressure on the Bengals to actually act like a real NFL team in negotiations and go back and forth throughout the course of this spring and summer, I really think, like you said, it's best for everyone involved. I shouldn't say it's best for everyone involved. It's best for everyone not named the Cincinnati Bengals, because the Cincinnati Bengals have clearly decided that they don't want to act like a real NFL franchise. Trey Hendrickson, coming off the best year of his career, deserves to get paid. Trey Hendrickson could be given a bump in salary this year. He's due, I want to say, almost $19 million this year, 18.7, something like that. They could give him a $22 million bump this year, which would be right in line with the edge rusher market and where he deserves to be based on his performance. And they'd still be a good $5-6 million under the cap. That's just this year. We know the NFL salary cap grows by leaps and bounds every single offseason. The Cincinnati Bengals trying to paint this as you wanted us to keep chasing Higgins and we kept chasing Higgins. I don't know what you want us to do. We're the lowly Cincinnati Bengals. Is ridiculous. You have the money to pay Trey Hendrickson. I don't know why they're doing this. At least in Dallas with Micah Parsons, you can explain it away as Jerry Jones is bat bleep crazy, right? And loves to do this stuff in public. And you go, well, it's just Jerry being Jerry. In this case, the only thing we have to come back to, Chelsea, and look, I've spent most of my life in the city of Pittsburgh being a lowly Pittsburgh Pirates fan. I know organizational malpractice better than anybody, baby. This is organizational malpractice by the Cincinnati Bengals. They are a 9 or 10 win team. You have Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. You should be competing for conference championships every year. They're not in that discussion without Trey Hendrickson. He is the only legitimate piece on defense for them. Geno Stone, not healthy, not going to play tonight. You can make an argument that he's another player that's capable of making the big kind of plays they need on the defensive side of the ball. Other than that, aside from Hendrickson, there's nothing. This team is going to be right there on the periphery of the wild card discussion all year again, battling in a really tough division. Ravens and Steelers, they're in the AFC North. And it's all because they refuse to pay a guy and they could have gotten away with paying him a lot less 6 months ago had they done it then. They refuse to pay a guy who should be a core part of what they're doing going forward. The Bengals get everything they deserve for screwing up this Trey Hendrickson thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the going rate for defensive stars has absolutely gone up since TJ Watt got paid $123 million in his extension. Max Crosby had a 3-year, $106.5 million deal. And of course, that Myles Garrett deal giving him $40 million a year. So it's like you sat around and you waited to buy a house and now everything's expensive. Even that little shack, it's $500,000. So here's the thing. I'm not even so sure that the Bengals should be in the discussion for contenders. And I feel wild saying that, but look at how good they were on offense last year. Joe Burrow was putting up MVP numbers, and I'm not saying that can't be replicated, but their defense was so bad. And how is their defense getting better? Like, I know they have a new defensive coordinator, but still, like, the pieces on the field don't feel noticeably better to me, and especially if you don't have Trey Hendrickson out there, who was an all-pro last year. Like, the defense, man, it's just so bad. And you can't score 36 points a game, right? Can you?
They could. Here's the thing: they could score 31 points a game this year, and they're still gonna lose 8 or 9 games because their defense is that bad. I don't understand it. I understand playing some negotiating hardball because you want to try and knock some money off the deal or whatever. Look, this is business, and I get that, but sometimes you got to, the old cliched adage, you got to spend money to make money. You got to spend money to win games too. And in the NFL, money is just falling from the sky. If Mike Brown and the Cincinnati Bengals can't afford Trey Hendrickson, maybe they can't afford an NFL franchise. It's ridiculous.
Do you think it's fair that Zach Taylor's on the hot seat? Because I feel like he kind of is. And I feel like just on the surface, you say, okay, you have prime Joe Burrow and you're not winning Super Bowls, what are you doing? Do you think it's fair that he's on the hot seat?
Not just not going to Super Bowls, but not getting to the playoffs? Again,
playoffs.
Playoffs. When you build up on one side of the ball the way they have, I totally understand. But you have to do something on the other side of the ball, and they've done nothing. No amount of Zach Taylor playing starters in the preseason every single week. No amount of who's the new defensive coordinator. It doesn't even matter. No amount of new assistant coaches is going to change the fact that you as an organization have decided to cut your nose off to spite your face. I totally understand keeping Chase and Higgins. It made all the sense in the world, but don't pretend like you also don't have the ability to keep Hendrickson.
Yeah, I don't know. Tough times in Cincinnati. We'll see what Mo Egger has to say about it. He's going to come on later in the show. He is of ESPN 1530, so there's plenty of drama to stir the pot with. All right, coming up next here on the show, speaking of drama, we have to talk about Dylan Gabriel v. Shadur Sanders. Is there drama here, or are we all making it up? It's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. It is Monday, August the 18th here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack, and for Jenks today. All right, so we're going to dive into the drama-filled world of the Cleveland Browns for a minute, where this is the most I think we've talked about the Browns in a few years, when it's not just the Browns are bad, look at their fans, they have bags over their heads. Because a couple weeks ago, it was Shedeur Sanders lighting it up in the first preseason game. Then it was Dylan Gabriel's turn this Saturday. And Chris, I don't know what you were doing this weekend, but when I saw this quote from Dylan Gabriel, my eyes got big. I was like, oh boy. And now he's trying to walk this back and saying, well, it wasn't about Shedeur. So let's have a listen to this quote, because when I saw it on paper, it very much sounded like shade to Shedeur, but have a listen for yourself.
It's just part of it. You know, there's entertainers and there's competitors. And I totally understand that. And my job is to compete. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Of course, we're doing this mid-game, but, it's something that I'll get used to, and just want to be the best team that I can and create an environment where we can all go do our best work. That's all we want to do.
Okay. I, along with the rest of America, I think, heard that quote and said, entertainers. Do you mean Shedeur Sanders and his entourage and somebody who is the son of primetime Sanders? So obviously people saw this and they're like, oh boy, he's shading somebody on his own team, because obviously it is a quarterback competition, but at the end of the day, like, you're a part of the same team. You probably shouldn't talk badly about your teammate publicly. But now Dylan Gabriel is saying, well, I meant people who are members of the media. I have called members of the media entertainers before, which I guess is fair. I feel like that connotation has not been used by anybody else. So let me ask you, number one, do you believe that he wasn't shading Shedeur? And what do you think this quote actually meant?
I'm going to be the outlier here, and I'm going to accept Dylan Gabriel's explanation at face value, because he has said something like that in the past at Oregon, where he's talking about he's a competitor and, the people in the media are entertainers and they have a job to do. So I'm going to take him at face value. I will. And I'm also going to look at his work this past weekend and say, okay, good for you, Dylan Gabriel, other than the pick six and the fumbled snap. That wasn't bad. And I'm going to look at the whole Gabriel-Sanders dynamic as exactly what it is. Two guys battling for a backup quarterback position, because that's what this is. I know Kevin Stefanski isn't going to announce it until tomorrow, but Joe Flacco's probably the week one starter. And at some point, Joe Flacco will look like, Joe Flacco, an old starting quarterback, and the Browns will fall out of the race, and either Sanders or Gabriel will get an opportunity to play during the regular season. And I'm going to take all of that at face value. But I think what Dylan Gabriel needs to understand is that the entertainers in the media aren't just in the media. They are actually in his own building. Only the Browns, in a year where they've got half a dozen quarterbacks under contract and or in camp battling for roster spots, would decide, hey, let's stir the pot a little bit more. This isn't enough to have all these names and everybody talking about Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel. No, let's do our own docu-series called Man Under Center that covers this entire quarterback mess in-house. I mean, the amount of stupidity that goes into lots of things that happen in the Cleveland Browns organization starts at ownership, and it just sort of trickles down through the whole thing. But the amount of stupidity that it takes to say, hey, you know what? We really need to put even more of a spotlight on what is already kind of a messy, uncomfortable situation it's groundbreaking if it weren't the Cleveland Browns. But I'll take Gabriel at his word, and that he wasn't talking about one very specific person, and that he's just trying to block out all that noise from the evil media. And, the people in-house who are shooting their own docuseries on the whole quarterback thing. Good job, Browns.
Yeah, it feels like all they're missing is like somebody be like, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win. Like every girl on The Bachelor ever. We're like, okay, you don't have to make friends, but God, okay. But it is an interesting dynamic because obviously you're on the same team, but like it's fine to be competitive with other guys. I think my eyes just got big because it would have been so bold if he was talking about Shedeur Sanders. And that's why I think maybe he wasn't, because that would be, you want to pick a fight with Shedeur Sanders? Like you want that media train just running rampant all over your timeline? I feel like he's smarter than that.
Well, if he was smarter than that, I don't know if he would have said it in the first place, even if he's not alluding to Shedeur, right? He should have understood that phrasing it that way was going to be taken a certain way by lots of people and run with, whether that's what he meant or not. So maybe a little more media training by the Browns PR staff for Dillon Gabriel in between practices over the next couple of weeks, when they're not shooting docuseries about their 6-man quarterback drama.
I think the tough part of this is that this is kind of what comes along with the circus of having somebody that has like a ton of media attention, whether he likes it or not. And this is not Shedeur's fault. It's just when you have somebody who stirs up those type of emotions and has that big name, that sometimes it can be a distraction. Like, remember when people didn't want Tim Tebow because they're like, we don't want the Tim Tebow circus. And it's not because Tim Tebow was a bad person. In fact, Tim Tebow is a saint living on this earth. But it's just one of those things where it just comes along with the territory when you are such a household name.
Yeah, and the Browns knew that, and they decided to do it anyway. And they decided to build this house of quarterback cards that they built and see where it goes. And this is part of it. Like you said, every single thing that's said is going to be put under a microscope.
Yes.
Every single performance is going to be put under a microscope, and there's going to be wild overreaction to it. When Shedeur goes 14 of 23 for a couple of touchdowns, there's going to be wild overreaction to it. When Dillon Gabriel actually has a pretty good game, and I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
I know I joked about the pick six and the fumbled snap, but he actually had, especially to start the game, I want to say he was 4 of his first 4. They scored on 3 of his 5 drives that he was in there. But little things are going to be put under the microscope and blown up to be even bigger, like the pick 6. That's all you see from Dillon Gabriel's performance this weekend on social media is, oh, he threw the pick 6. Oh, Browns being the Browns. And so this is part of it. Really, whether they had drafted Shedeur Sanders or not, every single team's quarterback position is like this, isn't it? In this day and age, every single quarterback position gets put under the microscope. And Dillon Gabriel, I think, needs to adjust to that. As a guy who's played for multiple big-time D1 programs and spent more than half a decade playing D1 college football, you would hope he understands that, but maybe this is a little teachable moment for Dillon Gabriel.
Okay, so in the large scheme of things, does this end up being like a storyline in the regular season? Because I don't think anybody thinks Joe Flacco is going to be like the face of the future. Like, I don't think he's going to start for the whole season. I think we will get a glimpse of somebody. Do you think, who do you think holds the better deck of cards right now? Because I was saying it feels like one of those things where it's like they're all sitting around a blackjack table, and Shedeur got the first draw, and he has maybe like a 17. And so he's like, all right, I'll stay. I'm not going to play another game because I'm hurt. So next up, you go to Dillon Gabriel, who, what would you rank his cards? What do you think he has? Do you think he has a 16 right now?
Yeah.
Or 17?
I was going to say that, but yeah. And now he's sitting there in that uncomfortable position of, do I want to do this? Do I want to hit on 16? Do I really? Well, I might not have much of a choice. Or does he just continue to put his nose down and go to work and understand that he's battling for a roster spot maybe with, I don't know, Kenny Pickett? ? I don't know. I think Sanders and Gabriel are both secure in their roster spots. There's no way the Browns can realistically get to cut down day next week and say, hey, yeah, you know what? Those draft picks we spent on quarterbacks, not that important. We're going to cut one of them and keep. I mean, It has to be. If Flacco is indeed going to be the starter, which I can't see any other way for them to go week 1 based on what they've shown us to this point, it's got to be Flacco 1 and then Sanders and Gabriel behind him. And that's the only way it adds up. And both of them, I think, will play this year at some point. At some point, I think Shedeur will take over for Flacco. Again, because Flacco will either get hurt or look old, and the Browns will fall out of the race, and Sanders will get an opportunity to play. But then Shedeur, being a rookie quarterback, not just because he's Shedeur Sanders, mind you, but because any rookie quarterback is going to hit bumps in the road, will probably give way to Dylan Gabriel at some point. And that's just no way to build a quarterback position, in my opinion. The Browns fumbled this from the outset when they decided to draft 2 guys in the same class. It's going to be messy in Cleveland this year, regardless of whether guys say the right things or don't say the right things, because every single snap is going to be psychoanalyzed the way we're analyzing Dylan Gabriel's sideline comments during the third quarter of a preseason game.
Yeah, and the Browns are known for really handling quarterbacks well. See those jerseys of the people that have been starting quarterbacks over the last 10 years, and it's like a CVS receipt. So whatever happens, I'm sure the Browns will handle it very poorly, because that's what they've done in the past. All right, if you're looking to bet on something this weekend, God, it's Monday. If you're looking to bet on anything today, throughout the week, because we do have preseason football on tonight, how about you go over to BetMGM and you've got an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager wins with the Parlay Boost token added to your account. Tokens can be used on parlays and some same-game parlays as well, only at BetMGM. All right, Chris Mack, you said you wanted to talk about Jackson Dart, so now's your chance. Speaking of quarterback battles, I don't know if it's so much of a battle in New York, but we did see some alternating snaps of Russell Wilson and Jackson Dart, and both guys showed some flashes of what they actually have to offer. We saw the signature moonball from Russell Wilson, whether it was a good one down the field. I think it was an 80-yard completion, which obviously was fun to watch. And then we saw him come back in and throw, I think, was it a pick six or was it just an interception? Because we had him peppered in with Jackson Dart, who also showed us some flashes.
Yeah, no, yes. I think Jackson Dart is the one to talk about here. We're so focused on the Sanders, Gabriel, Browns mess that I think we're
so
losing.
Focused on the Browns.
because that's something we say a lot. We're so focused on Cleveland. We're losing sight of the fact that Jackson Dart had a phenomenal game this weekend. 14-16 for 137 yards, a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown. And his numbers through the first 2 weeks of the preseason, 26-35, 291, and a pair of touchdowns. And I would think, just judging by what we know of Brian Daboll, that it's not going to take long for him to get frustrated with the Russell Wilson chuck it deep, hope someone runs under it philosophy on offense, that he's going to want to see what he has in his rookie quarterback. I've said since the draft, I think they should slow play Dart in order to get him that experience of just watching from the sidelines and from the quarterback room this year. But I think that temptation is going to be too great for the Giants, that after maybe they start, I don't know, I'll throw out a number, they start 2-5 or whatever it may be, and they go, listen, what do we got to lose? Let's throw the kid in there. That Jackson Dart, especially if he should take over earlier in the season than, say, week 8. I don't know. Again, I'll throw a number out there. If he should take over at, say, some point in early October, Jackson Dart's 35-1 to win Rookie of the Year. I understand that when you look at some of the other names on the board, that might sound crazy. When you watch Ashton Genty's performance this weekend, maybe that sounds crazy. He's the prohibitive favorite. But I wouldn't hesitate to throw a little action on Jackson Dart Rookie of the Year at 35-1, knowing that I would think Daboll has a relatively short leash on Russ, and that he's going to want to see what he has in this kid, especially if he continues to play in the preseason the way he has to this point.
So it sounds like you don't have a lot of faith in Russell Wilson.
I wonder where that would come from. Steelers fan, watched Russ fall apart down the stretch last year? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know. It's a weird thing I have against Russ, maybe. Look, I actually don't have anything against Russ. Russ is a great guy, but yeah, at this point in his career, he's a stopgap starter. And the only question is how small that gap is that they need to stop, and whether Brian Daboll has the patience to put up with it very long.
I think a lot of it will depend on where the Giants are, like in the season, and how many wins and losses they have. Because obviously the future is not Russell Wilson, it is Jackson Dart. So that is the decision I think they need to mull over very carefully. All right, moving forward, coming up next on the show, we'll talk about something. All right, Bengals Commanders tonight. Great stuff. That's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, rise and shine, people. We're back for more of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack, and for Jace today. And maybe we'll sprinkle in some baseball because we have been super football heavy on the show already. We will obviously get back to football because we have a big preseason game, which feels like, what's the word that, means like the opposite of something? It is, I can't think of it. We were just saying this. We can't think of words.
Oxymoron, right?
Oxymoron. That's the word that I was thinking of. At this early in the morning, we need a thesaurus on deck. We need like an intern to be like, point at, like, name this word, intern. That would have been helpful there. But we do have a big preseason game tonight between the Bengals and the Commanders, where we will see some starters in action. So at least it will charade as, like a regular season game for at least a few minutes. But we're going to talk about Paul Skeens. Can he be the first Cy Young winner to have a losing record? But first, let's talk about that preseason game. Let's get it out of the way because we should mention it. All right, so tonight, if you're looking to bet on something, you can bet on the preseason, as you always can. I believe the line on this game is now 4.5. Cincinnati, 4.5-point favorites last I checked. Maybe I will check it again, but this line has been steadily rising. I think it was 3.5 last night. Now it's 4.5 in some shops. So we know the starters for the Bengals are going to be playing, and we know they have a great offense. Obviously, Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. That defense, not so much. Trey Hendrickson is now shopping trade deals. And then for the Commanders, we're supposed to see Jaden Daniels and company. Of course, we won't see Terry McLaurin, but the total on this one, 43.5. I thought for a quick second, Chris Mack, that maybe I would be a super square and bet on a total in this game. Like, oh, the over should hit, right? But it feels almost too obvious, right?
Yeah, I didn't go back and look at this weekend's totals and where the scores ended up, but we had that trend towards the overs through the first full week of the preseason, and this would seem to be a spot that screams over again. You mentioned the Bengals defense and both starting quarterbacks playing a good bit, we would think. It sounds like maybe Burrow might play a little bit more than Chase, depending on how things shake out and how the first drive or two look for each team. I think 15 plays on offense in week one of the preseason for the Bengals. I'm not sure if they'll dial that back or if Zach Taylor is still on this, play him as much as possible in the preseason thing that he's on this year. But all of that would seem to scream over. Plus, you got the Bengals rolling in Noah Fant for the first time. They continue to explore all the skill position options, forgetting that they have a guy on the defensive side of the ball that they should probably sign to a contract rather than trade, but we went over that already. So, yeah, there is the super square angle of taking the over, and I don't totally hate it. But other than that, I think this is one of those games. What's it start at 8 o'clock? I think it is. You turn it on at 8 o'clock. You watch the first couple series for each team on offense like you would any other preseason game. And then unless you're related to one of the people who's third on the depth chart trying to make a spot on the 53-man roster for either team, you turn it off because that's really the most interest we have in a preseason game is let me see the starters and see what they look like, and then let me get out.
Yeah, it's the same deal as all these preseason games where you want to watch a little bit of the first half, kind of see the starters to get like that old feeling of watching the NFL. Like when somebody completes, a big pass down the field, like it's a great feeling. It's worth tuning in. I did misspeak about the line in this game. So it is 3.5 over at BetMGM. The best number you can get if you are interested in the Bengals is 3. There is a 3 out there, but if you do like the Commanders, go ahead and stick with that 3.5 because you will want that hook if you're interested in betting on that. Do you think this line is right where the Bengals are favored? Honestly, like I'm not into really picking sides in preseason games, but I don't know. I don't think I even have a say on it.
I think it depends how much the starters are going to play in this one. And again, the feeling is that the Bengals offensive starters may play more. And then after that, how much are we going to see the backups involved? And what do you think of the backups? Like Jake Browning, okay, pretty serviceable backup quarterback. Same with Mariota. How much are they going to play? And then you really start to get down the list. Like, we're talking about Desmond Ridder as the third string quarterback, and I think it's Josh Johnson or Sam Hartman for Washington. So if you that may lean really more into the over as well. I mean, when you talk about second and third string quarterbacks who have some starting experience, okay, maybe then we're talking about guys who are ready to pick apart second and third team defenses in the second and third quarter of a preseason game. So again, I don't know about the total because I'm not staying up till 11:15 on a Monday night to see if I cash 3.5 on somebody, kicking a last second field goal or something. But again, the over, okay. I think, again, you could talk me into that square angle of over 43 on this one just because of the experience level of most of the quarterbacks that we're going to see play, I think.
And plus, I feel like, I don't want to say there's ever urgency in a preseason game, but if there's ever a team that needs to get their stuff in line before the season starts, it is the Bengals. Because we know that they have been plagued by tough starts of the season. So maybe this is why they're letting their starters go a little bit longer, just to make sure that they have all of their, horses in line. Not that Joe Burrow needs any of the extra work, but just saying, maybe get a couple touchdowns from Joe Burrow. And then Jake Browning, we've seen him in the regular season when Joe Burrow is hurt, and he has worked that offense pretty well. And then the defense, if the defense wasn't good with the starters, one would think that the second, wave of the defense is not going to be very good either for the Bengals.
Quick note from Denton in the chat, too. He pointed out Mariota's not supposed to play for the Commanders tonight. So that may lean back into Bengals laying the 3.5, depending on what you're interested in or where you can get it or what the best price is. Because if you go from Jaden Daniels for a series or two and then all of a sudden drop off to, like I said, Josh Johnson, Sam Hartman, okay, I'm probably leaning more towards the team with the more experienced backups than in Browning and Ridder on the Cincy side.
Yeah, and going back to that total, I feel like we've seen some teams post pretty high scores in some of these games. Like, maybe not both sides of the coin, but we've had several teams score more than 30 points. We saw the Bears post a 38 spot against the Bills. We saw the Ravens score 31 against the Cowboys. Broncos scored 27. Giants scored 31 against the Jets. So I do think the total, if you're looking at one, maybe look at the over. Maybe it's a little square, but I do feel like, I'm not playing an under. I'm certainly not sweating an under in a preseason game. I draw the line there. I won't be doing that. All right, so let's get to baseball because we haven't talked about baseball much as of late on this show. But it is baseball season. We have some really interesting storylines, including your dude, Paul Skeens, for the Pirates, who is making the Pirates headline worthy despite not being one of the better teams in the league. So now the question is, can Paul Skeens win the Cy Young with a losing record? Because over the weekend, Zach Wheeler of the Phillies now sidelined with an injury for the foreseeable future, which kind of opens the door for Paul Skeens. I have said all along, I don't think the win-loss record even matters because we have seen guys win MVP in baseball who play for terrible teams. Like, Mike Trout has won MVP multiple times, and the Angels are never in the playoffs. So I feel like when it comes to the writers, they look at this as an individual award, and especially if you are putting up great numbers, people see through the win-loss record in the day and age when we have a million stats where they're like, win-loss record, batting average. Why would we look at those when we have WRC plus and WOBA? So I feel like it doesn't even matter. Like, it will be interesting if Paul Skeens wins and he's the first pitcher to ever win it with a win-loss record, but I'm not going to be that shocked.
No, to be clear, if Skeens ends up going, 11-13 or something, and still wins the Cy Young, nobody's going to be surprised. Heavy favorite now with the Wheeler injury to win the NL Cy Young, minus 450 at BetMGM. So obviously everybody expects him to win this award now with Wheeler's impending indefinite absence. My only question is this, and this is where I start to argue against it. Most people who vote now on the Cy Young are, like you said, they dig into the metrics a little bit, or not. You don't even have to dig very far into the metrics to see how Skeens is the best pitcher in the National League, especially with Wheeler out. But there are some old school voters who will look at it, and if Christopher Sanchez continues to roll down the stretch, and he's second on the board at 3-1 right now, if he rolls down the stretch and the Phillies are hot and they win the division, which I think would be expected at this point, then they will vote Sanchez. They will be the outliers, but there are those old school curmudgeonly writers who are still around, who still vote, who will look at Sanchez and Skeens and say, "Oh, Sanchez is on a winning club. What's Skeens doing for the Pirates?" Apparently, all baseball writers who are old and curmudgeonly now speak with the Yinzer accent. But I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it gives me a little bit of pause, especially if you roll in what we talked about with Skeens last week. I expect him to bounce back today against the Blue Jays. Pirates are at home against Kevin Gausman. I don't know if that means the Pirates bounce back. Let's be clear about that. But I expect Skeens to bounce back. But if he doesn't, if Skeens should scuffle down the stretch and they continue to shorten his outings and he's only pitching 5 innings, maybe not even getting into the 5th some days, there will be some who look at it and say, well, maybe not. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying the thought is out there.
I still think that there is an overwhelming case for Paul Skeens. Like, in the fact that his swing and miss stuff is so much better than Christopher Sanchez. Like, one of these guys was named the starter for the All-Star game, and the other one, was Christopher Sanchez even an All-Star? Like, I'm not saying that the All-Star voting was, like, extremely fair this year, because Jacob Mezorowski was an All-Star. But still, you look at the numbers. Okay, Christopher Sanchez has 157 strikeouts and 150 innings of work. Paul Skeens, as far as the inning goes, like, he's pretty close too. 148 innings of work and 166 strikeouts. Whip below 1. I just don't see it. Paul Skeens is dominant. Anybody with eyes should be voting for Paul Skeens. All right, hour 2 coming up next to the show. Stick with us after the break.
We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack in for Jenks today. Over the next hour, here's what we have on the menu. We'll start with some college football. The Big Ten wants 24 to possibly 28 teams in the college football playoff. And I'm not going to lie, when I first saw that, I laughed out loud. What are we doing here? I'm not sure where 28 teams fits into the mix, but I can tell you that it probably has something to do with, hey, we can make more money. Why not? At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. I will not be fading the Rockies. They have been, it feels like the Achilles heel of this show. And then at 7:40, we get you ready for the Commanders' preseason game tonight against the Bengals as Chris Russell of the Team 980 in D.C. stops by. And maybe he'll give us an update on Terry McLaurin, because we're all waiting for that update. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Chris Mack, I, for one, am very ready for Terry McLaurin to sign, because it feels like every single day I see a tweet on my timeline of Den, our producer, saying, today would be a great day to pay Terry McLaurin. And it shows like some highlight. So Den, for you, I'm hoping that day comes very soon, because I'm tired of seeing the tweets, brother. I feel your pain.
He's committed to the bit, and I love it.
Oh, it's like those aggregator accounts that are like, did the Cubs win today? Did so-and-so lose today? Did the Pirates blow a lead today? Like, those are so funny to me. Like, it's such an easy bit, and I follow all of them.
Did Terry McLaurin sign today?
No.
No.
And we've lost Denton for the remainder of the show, because now I'm sure he's looking up highlights of Terry McLaurin to post to his Twitter with that very tweet. Today would be a great day to pay Terry McLaurin. Has the tweet gone out yet, Denton?
So I'm typing it up now. Here's the thing. When this bit started, which was the beginning of training camp, I was like, this will be 5 days. And then something will be done, and I'll be good. And then it was a lot longer than 5 days, and I started running out of touchdown highlights. He had a lot of them last year, but I started running out of touchdown highlights. So I'm like, oh, God, what am I going to post now? So I've been having to get very creative.
Oh, so what are we on now? Is it just GIFs? Because I feel like there's a lot of GIFs.
It was like old random videos. So there was like some of him in the huddle giving a hype speech. I posted one video of him on Scott Van Pelt one time that I thought was funny. There was like the video of him hugging Josh Harris that got posted. I did post a GIF of him doing a funny commercial shoot. So, I'm getting in my creativity bag, as the kids say.
Obviously it's working. Obviously these tweets are really making a huge dent.
Well, he's off the pup list, Chelsea.
Oh.
I tweet
Den
like
is doing his
my
part.
Notifications on, he's listening to me.
Yep.
Oh yes. It's good to know that he's making a difference. One voice can change the world, Den, and you're doing it. All right, so how about a fun little talker? Because we've talked a lot of sports, and normally we throw in some pop culture here and there. So here's your daily dose of pop culture, and it is it's not a biggie size. What's the big size at McDonald's called? I didn't even know the terminology. Right? Super size. It is a super size.
Or no, I don't think they call it a super size anymore, because they got the guy did the super size movie, and actually is no longer with us. Prayers up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he passed away earlier this year. I can't remember his name now. The documentary filmmaker who made the Super Size Me movie. Anyway, so I don't think they call it super size. They just ask you when you order a meal what size, and medium or large. Which the large size is still massively oversized, but not quite like it used to be.
I feel like it needs a Mick ahead of it, because everything else on their menu has like a Mick. McNuggets, McDouble. Yeah. And now they have a McDonald Land Shake. Listen to the lore of this, okay? Because you had me, okay, you have a theme shake, whatever. They do this all the time. So now it's a Grimace-inspired shake, and it comes here's what it is. It's a limited edition pink and blue Mount McDonald Land Shake, an ode to the blue lava and pink clouds of the mythical volcano in Grimace's hometown. let's pause there. Did
Wait.
you know Grimace had a hometown? Like
I didn't know Grimace
that the
had a
lore went this
backstory at
deep.
all. Yeah. Do we have like a character profile that was built around Grimace before this became They must have back in the day. I don't know, but I didn't know he came from a town of blue lava and pink clouds.
I didn't know there was a volcano in the mix either.
No,
like the
no
dude
idea.
doesn't even talk. Like we don't even give him a voice, but he has this huge backstory.
Do we need that? Like, I feel like he's just the purple blob because he enjoys eating supersized meals. And the Hamburglar is the Hamburglar because he enjoys stealing your hamburgers. Like, it's pretty simple. And Ronald McDonald is a creepy looking clown who just happens to love cheeseburgers and French fries too. Like, we don't need really deep backstories.
Right. Like who was asking? Who was saying, I want to know more about Grimace. Like, what was
Tell
his
me.
childhood like? Are we going to have the prequel? Are we
his
going to have,
motivation?
the 1892 version of Grimace? No.
Right.
It is a surface level person. Or he's not even a person. He's a blob. I don't even know what type of creature he is. Let's start there. Maybe not talk about his hometown. Tell us what type of creature he is.
What sort of being is Grimace? And what happened to him in his childhood that he's obsessed with McDonald's now?
I don't know. I don't know the whole lore of McDonald's characters because I didn't care to know the lore. Like, I saw them, was like, oh, there's the McDonald's characters. But, okay, here's the question. So, what has been the best gimmick meal of all time? Like, for me, it's less about the meal and more about their promotions because I will say McDonald's did this right. Growing up when they played the Monopoly game
Yes.
and you got the little Monopoly pieces, that was fun. I wanted to go to McDonald's for that very reason, and it was super fun to get all the pieces together. Because you're like, I might win a PT Cruiser. You're like, no, you won't. You'll win a free fries. It's fine. But that was the best one.
That was the best. And I don't know if it counts as a gimmick, but like every time they bring back the McRib, I tell myself, McRib. I don't end up going to get one because I think better of it by the time I get there. But for just a second, I remember my youth and just loving the McRib when I was like 10 years old. Again, I don't go back and get it now, but when they do it, it becomes a big deal. So that's probably the leader in the clubhouse, I think, for gimmicky meals. It's not a meal, but like the Shamrock Shake. You have to get that every year when it comes out. You got to get at least one little Shamrock Shake. Yes, it's delicious.
What does it even taste like? Like, what's the flavor?
Mint. It's got just a hint of mint to it.
Mint?
And it's green deliciousness.
I don't know. I'm a solid no on that. I will have a McFlurry, but the McFlurry machine is always broken, as is a national joke, it feels like. But gimmick meals, I feel like McDonald's does this now where they have celebrities. Have you seen this? I don't know how much you go to McDonald's anymore, but they did it with like Cardi B. I think Angel Reese had her own meal, which I don't know where the joke is there, but there's something about missing a layup or like maybe she forgot to put the wrapper on. I don't know. But like these don't drive me, but also I don't think I'm the target demographic. Like, don't you think this is maybe like younger people? Like,
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
nothing against McDonald's, but they're not my fast food place of choice. I put up a fight every time we're coming home from a softball tournament or some sort of kids activity, and the family is like, "Oh, let's just drive through McDonald's. It'll be easy." And I go, "No, it won't." Because they're going to get something wrong, and I'm going to have to park the car, and I'm going to have to walk in. It happened last time we went. We each got a 2 cheeseburger meal. Okay, I just decided for ease,
classic.
let's each get a 2 cheeseburger meal. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. And they gave us, there's 4 people in our family. Guess how many cheeseburgers they gave us, Chelsea? 7. So guess who has to park the car and walk in and stand there while nobody waits on? Because nobody actually waits on you at McDonald's anymore. You fill it all out on a screen and then somebody hands it to you, or you only go through the drive. So I stand there like a moron for about a minute and a half. Keep your jokes to yourself. I stand there like a moron for like a minute and a half before someone finally notices that I'm there. And I say, "Hey, sorry, we ordered 8 cheeseburgers and we only got 7. And they finally give me the cheeseburger and I walk out. And then I open the wrapper and it's just slathered in ketchup. I mean, like ketchup dripping off of the ketchup. And I'm trying to drive home while I eat my delicious McDonald's cheeseburger, and instead all I taste is ketchup. And I had to fight for that last cheeseburger to begin with. So, not my favorite fast food place.
Yeah, you don't want lore behind your trip to a fast food place. Like, it doesn't need to be a story. I just want my food. It doesn't need to be a whole, Lord of the Rings style quest. Please do not do that to us. Service still matters, even though it clearly does not matter at a lot of these fast food places. All right, how about we get back to football? Because the Big Ten, up to something. My goodness, this storyline, I feel like it is so comical to me. Yes, speaking of supersizing things. So according to sources over at ESPN, Pete Thamel wrote this article saying that the Big Ten is open to a massive expansion of the college football playoff that would grow the postseason to 24 or even 28 teams. 28 teams? What are we doing? Like, I understand you want more of your teams from your conference to be in the mix to win a national championship. But, like, how many years have we stood there and said, oh, like the 26th team, like in America, they had a great chance to win the national championship. Never has it been that. Like, there is not parity in college football the way that this is kind of suggesting. In other sports, maybe. We know there is more parity in college basketball, maybe, and even the NFL. But, like, not in college football.
Did we really need to see Syracuse in the playoff last year? Did we really need to see Baylor or TCU in the playoff last year? Did we need to see Iowa in the playoff last year? No, and that's what this ridiculous proposal would do. It would guarantee upwards of 7 spots from the Power 2 conferences into the playoff and 5 spots from the ACC and Big 12 each. We don't need this. This is not what we need. I don't need 12 college football playoff games on the first weekend or second weekend of December. I don't. What I need is more games on campus. This is my argument. You want to make the college football playoff even more fun? Make the second round games, the quarterfinal games, I guess we'd call them, on campus games. And I understand all of those bowls that you have tie-ins with, the New Year's 6 are going to go, oh, well, what about us? And they give you lots of money, and that's good. I understand. Money, fun, yay. But here's an idea. Expand it to 16. It'll give you 8 on-campus games in the first round, and then in your quarterfinals, you can go back to your crappy neutral site bowl games. But this thing needs more on-campus action. We saw what the atmosphere was like in those on-campus games last year. That's what it needs. If you want to expand to 16, I'll accept that. Because, hey, sure, 8 playoff games on a given weekend, I'll accept it. It's college football, playoff football. I'm all in for it. It can be really fun. But we don't need 24 teams. We don't need 28. We don't need guaranteed automatic bids for 4th and 5th place teams in a conference. If you're 4th or 5th in your conference, I don't care how stacked it is, you shouldn't be guaranteed anything. It's ridiculous. It's the Big Ten and the
regular
SEC.
Season doesn't matter that much, right?
I mean, it matters in a different way, but, you don't have that soul-crushing loss in the middle of October. You go, oh, well, we lost a game. As long as we don't lose more than 4. It's just, it's the Big Ten and the SEC trying to exert more control over this thing and make it the Power 2 Invitational. And I don't think you can ruin college football. College football is too much fun and too great to be ruined. But you're going to ruin the playoff format sooner rather than later if you insist on adding upwards of 24 teams.
It's just like we just added teams. Like, let's just chill for a minute. That's my main argument. Is that like, hey, how about we let this marinate for like a couple seasons? I do think the rearranging of the seeding is a good proposal, to where we don't have teams like Boise State who are hosting games when like some of the better teams probably deserve that. But the interesting part of this is that the proposal that, suggests the 2018 model, they would eliminate conference championship games. That would be weird, right?
which a lot of people are going to argue, what do conference championship games matter in the SEC and the Big Ten now anyway, because the loser of the game is going to get into the playoff anyway. And congratulations, you win the game. What do you get? You get a bye to a neutral site bowl game, and we saw all 4 of those teams lose in the first year of this format. But that's another reason why I agree with what you said. Let's let this thing sit for a couple of years and see what happens. Not every year is going to be the same. Not every year is going to be Boise and Arizona State getting byes. It's not. So, yeah, let it sit. Let it marinate.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. We'll give you our daily baseball plays coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're up, we're at 'em, we're ready for some baseball bets. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack in for Jenks today. So Chris, normally I have a few like first impression roses when I look at the slate. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be a game I bet on. This is going to be a pitcher I back. I don't know. Today's slate, I feel like I had to go very deep in the bag to try to find some plays, because every single player or, team that I saw, there was some factor that was holding me back.
Okay.
So some of these guys, we talk about circle of trust all the time. Ranger Suarez used to be in the circle of trust, but like the Phillies, God, I feel like I'm so blinded to them. Every time I bet on the Phillies and it's a great play, like their offense just goes cold. Paul Skeens is pitching, which I think that he has another good one today. I don't think that he's going to be on the schneid for that long, but he's also going against a great hitting lineup in the Blue Jays. So it's just not perfect conditions. Because that's the thing. When you bet on somebody, you want all the conditions to be, perfect. And you want all the conditions to be pointing in the right direction. Like, look at the Brewers, like one of the best teams in baseball, one of the hottest teams in baseball. I know they just had their win streak snapped against the Reds, but they've got Freddie Peralta pitching. He's 14-5. But also the Cubs are, their opponent today, and Cade Horton has been fantastic for the Cubs.
Yeah.
So it's like that's not going to be an easy one, even though I think the Brewers are actually plus money in that game. So I think you can make a good case for them. So it's just every single bet I see, like even the Dodgers and the Rockies, the damn Rockies, prove me wrong every single time I bet against them, because I'm looking at that game and I had to go so deep in my bag that I was like, okay, who has good splits against Kyle Freeland? I am not somebody who likes betting on player props on the offensive side of things, because hitting to me just feels like such a mixed bag, because obviously, if you hit 400, you're an all-star. So like, that's not something that I want to bet on is, somebody getting a hit, because sometimes it just doesn't happen. It doesn't mean the hitter's not a good hitter. It's just a day-to-day thing. But I was looking like Shohei Ohtani has great stats against Kyle Freeland, but like you're not getting good value on Shohei.
No.
Like, oh, you think Shohei's going to have a good day? Wow, you really know about baseball. So, Chris, did you have any first impression roses with the slate? Did you see a game like, oh, that's a game I need to dive into?
I had a handful, actually, because we've got some of the hotter starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. If you go back, I like to look at last 30 days for starting pitchers to kind of get an idea of how they've done, say, the last 5 or 6 turns through the rotation. And there's a strong handful going today. You mentioned Cade Horton going against the Brewers. He's down to 12-1 for NL Rookie of the Year right now also, which I think is tempting, given that the NL Rookie of the Year field isn't exactly super strong. 1 earned run in his last 5 starts, over 28 1/3. 24 strikeouts and 0 home runs over that stretch. So I do understand to an extent why the Brewers are getting the plus money there, although you pointed out Freddie Peralta, they're coming off a 14-game winning streak, probably a bounce-back spot for the Brewers. Logan Gilbert, you mentioned the Phillies and their offense. Logan Gilbert goes for the Mariners tonight in Philly. 45 strikeouts in his last 34 innings over his last 6 starts, and none of those 6 starts have gone fewer than 6 innings. So maybe if you're looking for an outs recorded bet on Logan Gilbert, if you don't want to just take Seattle on the side. Trevor Rogers, I know the Orioles stink. Trevor Rogers does not stink. He's one of the few things in Baltimore that's going well. A 1.14 ERA over his last 7 starts. 0.79 whip, and he's averaged 6 2/3 over those last 7 starts, going against the Red Sox and Dustin May at Fenway. And Michael Wacha, another first impression rose, if we want to call it that, at home against the Texas Rangers. Flat 2 ERA over his last 6 starts. Last time out against the Rangers in June, 6 one-hit innings and the dub in that game. And then you mentioned Skeens. We talked Jays Pirates for just a minute earlier. Gausman, a 2.45 ERA in his last handful of starts. Just 1 earned run in his last 2 starts on the road over 13 innings. And then you've got Skeens, who has always bounced back strong from what amounts to, for him, to a poor outing in his 3 starts this year following an outing of 3 earned runs or more. He's given up exactly 1 earned run in 17 innings of work with 19 strikeouts. So the first 5 under is 3.5 on Jays Pirates, and you mentioned the Jays lineup. But I would definitely look at an under in Jays Pirates, and then each and every one of those other starting pitchers that I listed, Horton, Gilbert, Rogers, Waka, I think is worth taking a look at as well.
Okay, so let's pause on the Pirates-Blue Jays game, because like this one I was considering. Like the only thing that goes against it is that the Blue Jays are a good hitting lineup, and it feels like they defy logic with some of their numbers because they're running away, it feels like, with the AL East now. And so it's not on paper the best matchup for Paul Skeens. But I will say this, as far as familiarity goes, only one batter on Toronto's lineup has faced Paul Skeens. Ty France is the only guy. He is hitting 500 in 2 at-bats, but obviously it's 2 at-bats, and he is one batter in their lineup. So anytime a lineup has to see a pitcher for the first time, I think it goes in favor of the pitcher, especially when it's Paul Skeens. Maybe some of these guys faced him in the All-Star game. Like, that's the only other time I could think of that wouldn't be, like, listed in the stats. But I do think Paul Skeens has a good one. And I do think in this game, as opposed to the first 5 under bet, since it's 3.5, what do we think about the first 7 under 5.5? I understand Paul Skeens is probably on a pitch count. Like, he's probably not going to go that deep in a game. Like, the Pirates just won't let him. But I do think if he can go a little bit more than 5, since you get a 5.5 at -130, that just gives you a little bit more wiggle room. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he can still have a quality start, and 3.5 is just so low. So I think I'll go first 7 under 5.5.
No, I think that's a really good look, actually, especially because, Gausman can go deep as well against this Pirates lineup that is just atrocious. And if Skeens works into the 6th, it gives you, like you said, a little more wiggle room, and you just hope the Pirates bullpen doesn't do the Pirates bullpen thing and blow up once they take over. That's not a bad look at all to gain that extra little wiggle room that you mentioned. But I think this is, it's the best starting pitcher versus starting pitcher matchup on the slate tonight, if nothing else.
Well, and at least one side of the equation, the Pirates offense, I'm not super afraid of. Because that's the problem with some of these other games is that Cade Horton and Freddie Peralta both have really good numbers, but those are all also 2 of the premier offenses in all of baseball. And plus, this is a doubleheader. So I feel like sometimes the starters get a little bit extra leash and they have to strategize a little bit differently when it comes to their bullpen. And the Brewers have had to use a lot of their arms in the last few games. They just had that extra innings affair where they did lose to the Reds. And then before that, they had a couple starters who did not go deep in the game, including Jacob Mizorowski, where their bullpen had to eat up, I think, 5 and 7 innings over those last couple games. So it feels like one of those situations that once Freddie Peralta comes out of the game, there is a chance that the arms are going to be worn a little bit thin. So I'm not sure where to go on a total for that one. And plus, this Brewers team and this Brewers lineup is just not what I want to fade right now. I feel like, defying logic is what the Brewers have been doing. So maybe it's a game I'm going to stay away from. All right, so let's dive into some of these other games because you mentioned the Royals. I don't think I've bet on the Royals a lot this year because it feels like a team that should be good, but their numbers just aren't, enough to me to want to bet on them. Like none of the trends really go in their favors. Like as favorites this year, they've been underwhelming. Like, do you bet on the Royals? Do you trust them?
I mean, when things align and I get a matchup that I like, I don't have a problem with necessarily betting on them. I think in this instance, not only do you get Waka's recent track record and his other start against the Rangers earlier this year, you also get 2 teams kind of going in opposite directions. Rangers have lost 8 of their last 10. Royals have won 7 of their last 10. So I do lean in on that one a little bit more. Royals money line is -135, so you could pay a little bit of a price on that if you want to. If you go run line, it's +155, so maybe that tempts you into laying the 1.5. But I like the Royals tonight just because of how well Waka has pitched lately.
Yeah, I can see that. And Waka's a veteran pitcher. All right, so I was looking at the lines, and this one didn't make a ton of sense to me last night because the Diamondbacks had not even listed a starter yet. So it looks like it's probably going to be Zach Gallen, but according to MLB.com, we still don't have a true decision. But the Diamondbacks are favored in this game against the Guardians. Gavin Williams is pitching, who, if you remember, he was flirting with a no-hitter earlier in the season. I know he had a fall back down to earth moment in his last start, but still a good pitcher. And I feel like the Guardians are one of those teams that are kind of scrappy. So you can get the Guardians for plus 105 at some shops, Arizona minus 125. And the Diamondbacks just got beaten by the Rockies last series. I will say they're coming back home for this one, but at home they're just 30-30 this year. Cleveland actually has a winning record away from Cleveland, 32-28. So I think I would be, if I'm looking for the dog of the day, I think Cleveland might fit the bill there. But they haven't been super hot either. They just lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, and we've decided earlier the Diamondbacks are dead to us. So this is a great case for shopping and finding the best price, because you're talking about the Diamondbacks as favorites here at BetMGM. They actually have the Guardians at minus 102 on the money line. Diamondbacks minus 118. So they are. But they've got run line leaning towards Cleveland, which is interesting there. Right down the middle, essentially, on this game. So still, case in point for shopping around and finding the best price for what you like in this one. But yeah, the Diamondbacks are dead to me. We've decided that they are the child that we don't want to take care of for 15 minutes, and they can go in the corner and play with Play-Doh.
Right, or an iPad. Like, they're at the iPad level of exhaustion for me. How about the Giants and the Padres? This one is interesting because I think on one hand you say, okay, the Padres at home here, they're minus 145, but Nestor Cortez is not one of their better starters. They just got beat by the Dodgers over the weekend. I would say if the Padres won that series, maybe this would be a little bit of a letdown spot, because we know the Padres and Dodgers always go for the jugular when they play each other. But this is another divisional matchup, and Robbie Ray's going for the Giants. So obviously I think the Giants have a fighting chance because Robbie Ray is a good pitcher. If you're interested in San Francisco, they're plus 120. Total of 7.5 in this one. Do we like the underdog here? Does Robbie Ray give them a good chance? And would you consider playing the Giants here?
I mean, he gives them a good chance. I don't know if I'm in on the Giants on this one, though. I actually look at the total being at 7.5 and get intrigued by the over on this one, even though the Giants lineup doesn't scare anybody.
Right.
There is a great hitter prop in this one that I absolutely love. Ramon Laureano, 7 of 12 lifetime with a home run and a double against Robbie Ray. So that's one that I'll probably dial up a total bases on, I would think. Maybe a home run prop. I'll let you know at the end of the show in best bets. But I wouldn't take a side in this one. But I would, despite the Giants' soft lineup, be just a little intrigued by the over. I do think if you held my feet to the fire and made me take a selection in this one, I would lean towards the Padres bouncing back after the series lost to the Dodgers.
Ramon Laureano just hit a home run yesterday, I believe. I remember scrolling through the highlights. He had a big game. Yeah, he had a big game yesterday against the Dodgers. 2 for 3 with a home run and an RBI. So he is coming in hot. He has good numbers against Robbie Ray. So if you are interested in a player prop, that one looks to fit the bill. He is hitting 298 this year and 409 over his last 7 games. So maybe that's the way to do it. I'm not somebody who lives and dies on player props in Major League Baseball. Usually it is pitcher related, just because I think that's more dependable in my eyes. But I guess you can go extra base or total bases. You can do the hits props. It's just some of the splits that I saw today. It's like, oh, Pete Crow Armstrong. Oh, Ohtani. Really breaking the mold there, Chelsea, saying this good hitter is going to have a good day. But listen, it does feel like a dependable stock to put your money in.
Yeah, and when you see a good matchup on someone who's hot, like you mentioned Laureano, I think he's 9 of his last 19 with 5 extra base hits. Yeah, okay. I'll go with a total base prop on someone like that who's got a good matchup going into a game. Are we staying totally away from Baltimore? Is that off the table for you, betting the Orioles?
I mean, do you trust their lineup? Because that's the thing. I just don't trust the Orioles' bats. And I will say, when I say I want all the factors to align, the Red Sox are a good hitting lineup. So usually if you're like, hey, I trust in this pitcher, maybe you take, an earned runs prop, but I want all the factors to align. So I want, him to be going against one of the worst offenses in baseball instead of one of the best, because the Red Sox, maybe their pitching is not great, but their sticks have been pretty solid for most of the season. So I don't know. That one's being left on the table for me, because that's the same case with a lot of these pitchers. Like Paul Skeens, I don't trust his lineup. Yuri Perez has had a good season, but I don't trust the Marlins.
Yeah, I'm just being pulled in by the Taylor Rogers numbers over like the last 2 months. The sub 120 ERA is pulling me in. Like your traffic cop at school with the rope, Dan.
Oh, he was back on Friday, much to my chagrin. All right, coming up next, it's time to talk some Commanders as we bring in Chris Russell of the team at 980 in DC.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Half a minute, no timeouts. Daniels throws down the sideline for Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is loose. Lightning strikes twice in Washington.
Welcome back. Now we are officially back. That was Terry McLaurin hauling in a touchdown or a great play. And as our producer Denton Day likes to say, today would be a great day to pay Terry McLaurin because we know that him and the Commanders are still trying to negotiate a new deal. And Denton, you're fighting the good fight. I'm sure it's making a ton of difference. You posting those tweets, it's like when the NFL posts those sayings in the end zone where it's stop hate, choose love. Chris Mack, who's filling in for Jenks today, how much good do you think those sayings are really doing? Do you think that has stopped so many people? Like they were going to do something bad, then they saw the end zone. They said, oh, nope, I'm going to choose love because the NFL told me to do so with this slogan in the end zone.
No, if you got hate in your heart, there's hate in your heart, Shell. So there's nothing you can do about someone like that. Sorry, I don't think the NFL is helping. But hey, it's a nice sentiment. I noticed those on the field when I took my son to the Steelers game the other night. It's nice. It's a feel good. We do a little clump family clap like that. We go, yay, we're being nice. I mean, it's better than go punch your neighbor. Should we put that across the end line?
I feel the same way as I feel about posting sayings in your house. You don't need to do it. It is assumed. We're assuming that you like to live, laugh, and love. You don't need to tell us.
Like the one over the kitchen table that says gather. Where else were we going to get together to eat dinner?
Or family. And you're like, well, we do live here.
Yeah. At least it doesn't say strangers above the fireplace. Good point.
Yes. All right. But nice try, NFL. We know you're doing your best. All right. So let's bring in Chris Russell of the Team 980 in DC right now. And let's ask the big question. Chris Russell, is it a great day to pay Terry McLaurin?
Well, Chris, Chelsea, good morning. Only if you have a beach bucket hat like your guy Denton Day and my guy Denton Day had on Saturday, I believe it was. I don't know if you guys had seen this ridiculous hat that he was wearing to try and will the Commanders and Adam Peters to pay Terry McLaurin $31 million a year. But it was quite the display. I mean, he looked like he was on vacation, but not actually on vacation. But anyway, listen, yeah, of course it's a great day to pay him. The question is how much, right? And if Terry McLaurin, I mean, I'll just say this. Like, I always thought the $33 million DK Metcalf contract was what the market would ultimately bear and what Terry McLaurin would get. And I'm surprised that the Commanders have been as hardcore as they have. They are really holding on for dear life to this age difference thing because there isn't a whole lot of play and production and statistical difference between DK and Terry McLaurin. There are some small factors, but they are really holding on for dear life. Supposedly still in the mid-20s, which is, the last time I heard was 25. I don't know exactly where they're at. Yeah, man. Like, don't ruin this good karma that you finally built up after all of the years of dredge and awfulness and get into the NFC Championship and a dude who had 16 touchdowns in 20 total games. Man, pay him. Get it done. Overpay. Make a mistake. If you got to deal with it on the back end, you got to deal with it. It's Terry freaking McLaurin. You don't have to do it for everybody. Do it for him.
Well, yeah, and I think the other part of the equation, Chris, is where the leverage lies here in that who else is Jaden Daniels going to throw the ball to? All due respect to Deebo Samuel, but I don't know how many people are lining up to bet that he's going to play 17 games and stay healthy. Noah Brown's still not healthy, I don't think. And then you've got Luke McCaffrey and a rookie in Jalen Lane. So there's not exactly, once you get past Scary Terry, a wealth of targets for him to spread the ball around to, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, no doubt. And I went so far, of course it was easy pickings, but I've been saying this all offseason, like Olamide Zaccheaus caught, the touchdown pass from Caleb Williams last night in the Chicago-Buffalo game, right? I said, Commanders are going to miss that guy more than people realize. And, of course, I just got shredded on social media. Oh, how could you? How Debo this? He's nothing more than – well, first of all, he's not Debo. Debo's a different player. I get Debo's a better player. I'm not saying that he's better than Debo, but they lost him. They lost De'Ami Brown. They lost Jamison Crowder and Terry McLaurin so far, even though he was activated off of PUP Saturday. We'll see where that goes. Still no contract. And you mentioned Noah Brown, who's never healthy. Noah Brown is never healthy. He's productive, but he's never healthy. So if you really want to look at it, they're kind of like, maybe, out 4 of their top receivers right now from last year. So that, so that's a problem. The bottom line is they'll be okay, I think, if they get Terry back. I think they can absorb some of that if Debo stays healthy, if those guys that you mentioned step up, Jalen Lane, Luke McCaffrey. The bottom line is you got to get Terry back because he's the linchpin to it all. He's the, I don't want to say security blanket, but he's the playmaker that they just don't have, and that includes a healthy Debo.
Right. And I think it would take, a little bit of pressure off Jaden Daniels if he could get, Terry McLaurin back at camp and back at practice to where they could work on that connection even more, even though we did see it last season. All right. So I would say that we have a big preseason game tonight, but that feels like an oxymoron. But we're supposed to see some of the starters from each side when it comes to the Commanders and Bengals game. What should we expect from the Commanders tonight?
Well, it's interesting that they're going to play Jaden Daniels, but not start Zach Ertz, not start Laramie Tunsil, who, of course, veteran left tackle, veteran tight end. So that's kind of interesting. And now you have these Brian Robinson trade rumors. And Brian Robinson, guys, I don't know exactly where that's at. I'm sure they would love to trade him and get something for him, whether they will or not, or have to cut him. I don't know. But here's what I know, that he is not a fan, or the coaches are not a fan of his. And I've known that all along, and that was evident down the stretch last year. So, ultimately, I would assume tonight you're going to see, Jaden Daniels maybe play the first quarter. I would love for him to play more than that. But somewhere in that range, you'll see Austin Eckler. I don't know how they're going to use Brian Robinson. I don't know if they're going to start him to kind of try and amp up his trade value. I don't know how much, that lands you, but you will see, obviously you won't see Terry McLaurin, who was just activated off a PUP. You will see a bunch of the guys that we've talked about. You will see the connection, I hope, between Jaden Daniels and Deebo Samuel. That has been a strong connection in training camp so far this year. And then you will see a bunch of backups. Now, the one backup that gamblers and people, fantasy want to kind of take an eye on is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, or we call him, because he wants to be called, Bill, right? Just Bill. And he has had an excellent camp. And he is a running back who is part of the reason why they're trying to trade Brian Robinson. So it'll be really interesting to see how they deploy that mix in the backfield, and whether Bill starts or whether it's Brian Robinson that starts and then Bill comes quickly in. We have to see, but he's a 7th-round running back who has opened up a lot of eyes. So that's the one guy that I'm really intrigued tonight to watch from a Washington perspective.
All right, you've piqued my curiosity, Chris. I have to ask, how do you go from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to Bill?
It's a great, weird story. So the way he tells it, and I've talked to him several times about it, including just on Friday, is like it's off of the cartoon Little Bill or whatever, and that's what his teammates at one of his 3 colleges started calling him, and he liked it, so it became not Little Bill, it just became Bill, and that's what he actually prefers over Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. So then on Friday, when I talked to him, 5-6 minutes or so after practice, and he had just come back from a shoulder injury, I said, do you want to be called Bill Krosky Merritt or Bill Merritt, as I've heard some refer to you as, or just Bill? And he was like, he laughed. He was like, just Bill. Bill is fine. Like, just call me Bill. So I call him Bill because that's what he wants to be called, right? So, okay, I mean, you can call him whatever the hell you want, but the kid wants to be called Bill, so I call him Bill, and here's what I'm going to call him. The starting running back of the Washington Commanders, if not by week 4, week 5, maybe earlier, maybe week 1 against the Giants.
What a name. What a lore to be called Bill there. All right, so we have a minute left. What is the high-end potential of the Commanders this year? Like, dare to dream here. Live in fantasy land for a minute. What is the high-end potential for the Commanders this year? Can they win a Super Bowl?
Unlikely, but yeah. Who am I to say they can't? They won 14 total games last year, made it to the NFC Championship, Tulsa. So, I mean, yes, that is the high-end potential. Are they going to get there against a better schedule, more of these crazy-ass primetime games and quick turnarounds and injuries and the McLaurin thing and probably not. But if they can win, I don't know, if they can win 10 or 11 regular season games, a playoff game or two, I still think that's progress because they're a better team, a better roster, a better organization this year than they were even last year, even if the on-field results don't match up.
Yeah, I think even just as a fan of the game, I'm not even a fan of the Commanders, and I enjoyed watching them last season. So I hope that we see more of the Jaden Daniels experience this year, and I hope that we see more success from the Commanders. He is Chris Russell of Team 980 in D.C. He is covering the Commanders, and we want to thank him for waking up early to talk with us this morning. Chris, thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, and hopefully no more dunking on Denton after this. We apologize. Your bucket hat probably isn't that bad, but listen, bucket hats are a tough sell to me. Like, I have tried one.
During training camp, though, that can be clutch for keeping the sunburn off the face. I'm just saying. I'm not a bucket hat guy, but I'm not going to fault that.
All right, hour 3 next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Top of the hour here on the show, and good morning to our viewers on Stadium. With us for the third hour of the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. You can always watch Stadium on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and all of your other platforms. So coming up in this hour, we're going to start by talking to Mo Egger, who does afternoons on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati, to talk all things Trey Hendrickson. Are they finally going to move him? Is something going to happen in this stalemate that we've been following all summer? And then at 8:20, we go on to MVP Monday. Who had the best weekend across the sports landscape? Is Scotty Scheffler going to win something else? I don't know. And then we wrap up the show with our best bets coming your way at 8:40. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack in for Jenks today. And so let's bring him in now. He is Mo Egger. He is on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Mo, I'm glad we brought you on because I feel like every time we see a news story about Trey Hendrickson, like we have a little movement, which I guess is an update from over the summer where they wouldn't even talk to each other. But now sources at ESPN say that the Bengals are open to trading Trey Hendrickson. So where do you think we go from here? Do you think we'll actually see a trade happen?
Well, when you're asking where do you think we go from here as it relates to Trey Hendrickson, my answer is always your guess is as good as mine, because I feel like Trey at times this year his strategy has been one to just sort of make it up as they go along, and it's the Cincinnati Bengals, and it's a contract situation, and you know you could lose a lot of money trying to predict what they're going to do on a day-to-day basis. My guess is that they are indeed listening to offers. My guess is their asking price is really high, and my guess is that deep down inside, although they will never admit this, they wish they would have completed a trade involving Trey prior to the draft, because I think the common sense conclusion to make is that they're not going to get nearly as much for him now as they would have had they traded him prior to the draft. And so I'm sure they'll get offers, but they're not going to get an offer, I'm guessing, that's going to involve something or somebody who could really help them this year. And so we'll see. I don't know that it's all that surprising that we've arrived at this place, because you're dealing with one of the most stubborn organizations in all of sports, and you're dealing with a very stubborn person in Trey Hendrickson. There has been some movement. You know, Trey has been at training camp. He's doing one of those hold-ins, which Jamar Chase did last year, but he has made it abundantly clear, I'm not going to play under my current deal. I want something that puts me where he believes he belongs, which is among the highest compensated edge rushers in the sport. He's talked openly about how the market has changed. The Bengals have offered him a deal. They've offered him a significant pay raise. They just haven't offered him the amount of guaranteed years on the contract that Trey is looking for. And so I'm going to guess that the Bengals are listening to offers. I'm also going to guess that they don't find one to their liking. And then we played this game of chicken that they did with Jamar Chase last year going into the first game, where they sort of look at him and go, okay, your move. Are you really not going to show up to the first game against the Browns? We'll see.
How much do Bengals fans, Mo, buy the line of, well, we paid Jamar, we paid T, we simply can't strap ourselves under the cap going forward by also paying Trey? That seems to have been the storyline laid out there by the Bengals. And one that, look, it makes a ton of sense when you look at short-term cap ramifications. But if you're looking at long-term and understanding that the NFL salary cap always grows by leaps and bounds, it's hard to see a way they can't afford to keep these core four, if you want to call them that, Burrow, Chase, Higgins, and Hendrickson together.
Yeah, I think most Bengals fans can do math. They can get a deal done financially for Trey Hendrickson. I mean, it's not a matter of not having money available. In fact, you know, one of the reasons why I think it made sense to sign T. Higgins, at least to a degree, aside from Joe Burrow wanting it done, is there's nobody else to pay, right? Look at the roster. Who else are they going to invest in long term? And so, you know, Trey is one of those guys that you look at and go, we have money for him. I think the Bengals' basic premise here is not entirely incorrect. And their basic premise is T. Higgins is 25, has many really good years in front of him. Jamar Chase is 25, has many, many really good years in front of him. Trey Hendrickson's going to be 31 at the end of this season. And so do we really want to invest in somebody that they believe is a depreciating asset? I think they go, okay, well, first of all, he's under contract for this season, for 2025. Do we want to pay him exponentially more, though, in 26 and 27 for 2023 and 2024 production? I don't think that basic premise is incorrect, but you have to adjust to the market. The market for edge rusher has exploded. Also, just look at the basics of it. The Bengals defense was atrocious last year. It's not like they've overhauled it via free agency. It's still a lot of the same dudes, and so you've got a new defensive coordinator. How do you expect to have a dramatically better defense in what you think is your Super Bowl window if Trey Hendrickson, your one good defensive player, isn't on the team? And so I really see both sides of this. I could certainly see Trey looking at what's happened at his position going, dude, I was a Defensive Player of the Year finalist, probably the best free agent acquisition in Bengals history, led the league in sacks last year. I want a contract that reflects those things. And I think the Bengals' basic premise is we'll give you a raise. We're not necessarily going to guarantee as many years because you are going to be 31 at the end of this season. I think it's frustrating for most fans that they haven't found some room in the middle, because I believe there's some room in the middle between Trey looking for, close to top of market value and the Bengals right now sitting at a deal where Trey's due to be like the 22nd highest paid edge rusher in the sport. The fact that these two sides haven't found some compromise, some room in between, I think is what's most frustrating to most Bengals fans. I think most Bengals fans are unwilling to really take sides here. They look at both the team and the player and go, come on, there should be room for you two to keep this relationship going. And at the very least, if you're the Bengals and you weren't going to keep the relationship going, why didn't you trade him, back in March or April?
Okay, so how should we feel about this year's Bengals team? Because on one hand, you have Joe Burrow, it feels like in his prime, putting up MVP numbers. But then you look at the defense, you're like, okay, they're going to need to score 38 points a game. But if anybody can take down Patrick Mahomes and company, we've seen Joe Burrow do it. So how do we feel about this year's team? Do we believe in them?
I think you believe in them as a team that you don't want to play. You don't want to see them coming up. You don't want to see them. Whatever game is next, if the Bengals are on your schedule, you go, okay, our offense is going to have to be on its game. We're going to go up against a quarterback who has an argument to be the best in the sport, but you don't take them seriously right now, at least, as legitimate championship contenders, because whenever I hear somebody say, well, they've just got to be league average, right, which you hear all the time here about the Bengals on defense. They've just got to be league average. Okay, that means the ceiling's not very high. It tells me the floor is very low. And you could say, well, they've just got to be league average. How about in the fourth quarter when they need to stop? When they've either got to seal the game or give the ball back to Joe Burrow or, just end the game and get out of there with a win. They were awful in those situations last year. And look, the skepticism about the defense is fair. It is basically the same group of dudes they had on defense last season. They didn't add one defensive back in free agency or the draft. Pretty perilous approach. Right now, Trey Hendrickson is not really a part of the team. What they're doing with him, pretty perilous approach. There are a lot of guys the Bengals have on defense who last year either got benched or candidates to be cut or are rookies. And so, boy, for a team that's in its supposed championship window, when you've got that number of question marks on that side of the ball and you saw what it looked like last year when they wasted an MVP caliber season, it's hard to talk about the Bengals in the upper tier of the AFC. We also don't know how much better their offensive line is going to be. That's been a question here for a very long time. And so my guess is the Bengals are very tough out on a week-to-week basis because of Joe Burrow and because of the offensive weaponry, which is elite. My guess is by the end of the season, we're going to be talking about how, you know what, they're still not among the best in this conference because they let another great Joe Burrow year get away because they either couldn't protect him to the best of their ability or they lost games or they wasted Joe Burrow's greatness because they couldn't get off the field. I am certainly willing to entertain the possibility that they actually have fixed the defense. I just don't know how you look at the personnel and conclude that they have.
You started to mention it, Mo, but what's the level of confidence in this offensive line that you also use the word perilous has put Joe Burrow in some pretty perilous situations over the last couple of years? I know they went out and got Orlando Brown, which is, I think, a quality signing. They draft Dylan Fairchild on the second day, but just what's the level of confidence in this offensive line keeping Joe Burrow clean enough that A, he stays healthy and can finish the year, and B, has the time to exploit all those weapons?
I think there's skepticism just based on track record, because what's happened to their offensive line hasn't been because they've ignored it, right? I mean, they took a first rounder in 2019. They took a first rounder in 2024. They took a second rounder in 2021. They took Dylan Fairchild in the third round this year. In 2022, they signed 3 free agents. 2023, they signed Orlando Brown. Last year, it was Trent Brown. Like, they've tried. Nothing they've tried has worked. They're on their third offensive line coach of the Zach Taylor era. So they've tried different coaches. They've tried different schemes. They've tried different approaches. Nothing has necessarily worked. And then if you look at, again, the approach this offseason, we expected them to draft a guard. They did. Dylan Fairchild, who I think has had a really good camp so far. We also expected a lot more movement on the offensive line in free agency. Lucas Patrick is the one guy they did sign. Quite frankly, he has not been good so far in camp. I think most of us expected them to sign another guard. I think most of us expected them to sign a swing tackle. They did neither. And so you're going to watch the Bengals this season. You're going to see some of the same familiar guys. I think more than anything, I think most people believe that this offensive line, the starting unit, should be slightly better because they'll get a year 2 leap from Amarius Mims. Dylan Fairchild is probably, even as a rookie, an upgrade from Cordell Volson at guard, and Orlando Brown is a solid player. The question is, when the depth gets tested, how bad is that going to be? And you don't want to draw a big conclusion based on anything you watch in a preseason game, but if you saw any of the backups play against the Philadelphia Eagles, playing against their backups, that was a train wreck. This is a team that could very, very ill afford an injury on the offensive line. And, you know, the way we talk about the offensive line is not unlike the defense, right? Well, they've just got to be league average. They've just got to be okay. Sounds great until your quarterback is taking a bunch of hits, and we all know how this unravels if Joe Burrow starts taking a bunch of hits.
Right. And obviously there are some personnel issues, but if the team struggles again this year, how much of the blame falls on Zach Taylor?
I think there's a very good chance that it does. Now, the one caveat is Joe Burrow runs the organization. You know, we saw that with how they pivoted away from not signing T. Higgins to suddenly paying him a lot of money. So if Joe Burrow comes out publicly at any point and says, Zach Taylor's got to be the coach, Zach Taylor's going to be the coach. But look, I think there's 2 things about it. Number one, it's not like they haven't reviewed his status before. As much as this franchise gets made fun of, and at times deservedly so, for being overly patient with coaches, I think there have been 2 instances during Zach's time in Cincinnati where the people who own and run the team took a good hard look at him and wondered, is he the guy? Obviously, they've brought him back both times. I think, though, that if you look at what they did with the coaching staff this offseason, new defensive coordinator, new position coaches up and down the defensive staff, new offensive line coach, NFL head coaches only get so many coaching overhauls before the arrow points to them. And so I'm not going to say definitively that it's playoffs or bust for Zach Taylor, because the Bengals, look, they let Marvin Lewis coach for 16 years without winning a playoff game. Zach Taylor's won 5. So by that, from that standpoint, the dude's probably going to be here forever. But based on the fact that they've examined his job status, they've examined whether or not he's the guy before, if they're on the outside looking in and they've tried a different coaching staff, understanding that the front office believes in how they built the roster, they believe in their roster building techniques, philosophies, whatever, I think if this team's on the outside looking in, my guess is that they would go ahead and move on from Zach Taylor. But again, if they're 9-8, miss the playoffs on the outside looking in, and Joe Burrow says Zach Taylor's got to be the head coach next year, then Zach Taylor's going to be the head coach next year.
Yeah. Well, now I feel kind of depressed about the Bengals. I feel like, but once I watched their preseason game tonight, which they are playing the Commanders, and I see that one long pass from Joe Burrow, I will be roped right back in because, listen, it's very hard to watch Joe Burrow and not fall in love with the Bengals. So, all right, we got to wrap it. We're coming up against break. Great stuff from Mo Egger today. We always love having him on the show. He does afternoons on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Mo, thanks for stopping by.
All right, guys, thanks.
Oh, man. There are so many problems, but it's like, when you're in high school and it's like that guy that has all these red flags, but then he's really attractive and you're like, oh, but I can fix him.
But
look at him throw
he's
that
got a
pass.
nice car. He's got a nice car.
I'll probably bet on the Bengals. It's fine. All right, coming up next, we crown a winner of MVP Monday who had the best weekend across sports. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. I guess we'll take a break from complaining about the state of youth baseball, and we'll talk a little sports and sports betting here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack. But it's crazy to me. We were just talking about the difference in the way some of these players are brought up. So my husband played baseball, so I get to sit in the stands I got to sit in the stands with a lot of the wives, and they tell me about like their husband's upbringing, and they're like, yeah, he learned to play baseball by hitting rocks with a stick in the dirt yards of Venezuela. And you're like, oh my goodness. Like, number one, that's why his hand-eye coordination is so good. And number two, it is such a far cry from these kids who are on travel teams that cost $5,000 a summer. They've got a $400 bat. They've got the arm protector. They've got the leg protector. They've got the oven mitt and all the dripping with swag, the gold chain. And it's like, okay, clearly a lot of this stuff is not necessary. And so it's just wild to see like how different it is because, you know, baseball is such a global game that we see a large portion of Major League Baseball come from like Latin America or whatever that that location is called, you know, on the map where it's not America, it's south of us, Latin America, I think. So the reason that I bring this up is that there was a crazy story over the weekend that I wanted to share because we're going to do MVP Monday here in a second when it comes to, you know, the stats that popped off the page, the person who won the tournament. But I feel like this needed to be mentioned just because it's a great story. So Cardinals catcher Yoel Pozo 5 years ago was living in his car parked out outside a Walmart in Orlando, Florida, because the thing was, since baseball shut down and he was in the minor leagues, his pay was cut. Like, they didn't have minor league baseball. He wasn't making any money. And his child was born having seizures. I think he had a stroke when he was born. So he had these really high medical bills. So in order to pay for his treatment, they couldn't afford to live anywhere. So they were living in their car. So fast forward 5 years later, Yoel Pozo is now playing for the Cardinals. And so it was Players Weekend over the last weekend. And so players get to pick a charity, pick a cause, pick whatever, and they put it on their bats. So Pozo decided that he was going to go to a children's hospital, and all the kids at the children's hospital put their handprint all over his bat, and that was going to be the cause that he was, you know, batting for. And of course, he hits a home run. It's a great moment. He said after the game that he was trying not to tear up because obviously that cause meant so much to him. He obviously knows what it feels like, what these families are going through with some of the medical bills. Now he's going to be auctioning off that bat to support the children's hospital. I mean, these stories are incredible. Like, sometimes you think there is no good in the world, and then you see something like this, and you're like, all right, maybe I'll shed a tear or two.
This is what Players Weekend is for, right? This kind of story.
Yes.
It's not so a bunch of 12-year-olds from suburban Detroit can go to Williamsport and drip out their swag all over the Little League World Series field and be seen on ESPN, which, by the way, do we need to air every single game of the Little League World Series qualifiers? Last week, if you turned on your television, or the week before, whenever it was, it's not even the official Little League World Series yet, and we're getting bombarded by 12 hours of Little League baseball coverage, wall to wall on every ESPN network. But that aside, that's not what it's about. It's about stories like Pozo's, who, I mean, you're right. That's what it's all about. That's fantastic story, not just personally for him, but, you know, for baseball as a whole, for these kids who get to meet a Major League Baseball player, and they know their handprint is painted on that bat that he got to hit that home run with. Just an awesome story. You're right.
Right. And now the money is going to go back to those kids because he's going to auction it off. It has some value, obviously, because he had a big league home run off of it. But Players Weekend was cool because there were some, like, they weren't even causes. It's like the players could paint their bats however they wanted. And some had absolutely no meaning at all. Like, I think Randy Arozarena just had one that looked like a number 2 pencil. Like, I don't know the reasoning behind it, but it just looked cool. Or, like, guys who are like, I really like comic books. So there were a lot of, like, you wouldn't call them causes. I guess they're, like, interests. But Players Weekend was really cool.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it as long as we focus on the good stuff, like that Yohel Pozo story.
So what's the bad stuff? Like, I don't think anybody had a bat that was like against some bad cause. It wasn't like,
no,
let's kick puppies.
It's this idea like we were complaining about during the break of these kids playing with their oven mitts on and stripping off 3 shin guards on their way down to first base after a walk so they're properly dripped out. Like, it's Little League, kids. Like, come on. What do we do? It's just old man curmudgeon moment for me, but the Little League World Series doesn't feel like it used to.
I feel like you should have to earn your swag. Like, you have to earn your drip.
Yes.
Like, you have to have 40 headfirst slides before you earn an oven mitt. Because that's the problem. I will watch my husband's team, and these kids have these oven mitts. I'm like, I have yet to see anybody slide. Like,
No one's been diving headfirst into second base since ever. And it's like, you don't need that. What are you doing that for?
Except for Pete Crow Armstrong, and then he misses the base and then gets tagged. Did you see that? Oh, no. Whoops. Pete Crow Armstrong, not MVP of the weekend, but you know who is? Our candidates. Let's do it now. Let's crown a winner of the weekend.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
MVP! MVP! MVP!
All right, guys. First candidate, Pete Crow Armstrong. No, I'm just playing. We do have 4 great candidates, though, that span multiple different sports. It's another great weekend. We got some preseason. We got some baseball. We have some golf in there as well. So we'll start on the football field. A little bit of preseason action. How about Rams quarterback Stetson Bennett, 28 of 40, 324 yards and 3 tutties in the Rams' 23-22 victory in the Battle of Los Angeles, taking on the Chargers. I hadn't heard Stetson Bennett's name since he was either running from the police or playing quarterback at Georgia. So it's been a while since we've heard his name. But he played really well this weekend. We'll go to baseball next on Saturday. Blue Jays center fielder Miles Straw, 4 of 5, 2 homers, 3 runs in the Saturday 14-2 win for the Blue Jays over the Rangers. We'll do the same sort of situation on Sunday. How about Orioles third baseman Jordan Westburg, 4 of 5 with a homer, 5 RBI, 2 runs in the 12-0 win for the Orioles over the Astros, just shellacking. The Astros needed that too. They're in the midst of a deep battle here, deep into the season with the Seattle Mariners. And then I said we had multiple different sports. How about sport number 3? And our final candidate, Scotty Scheffler. He won the BMW championship yesterday. It's his 5th win of the year so far in the PGA. There's been some majors in there, and then there's been, obviously, like we saw this weekend, the PGA or the BMW championship. He didn't win the car, but he won a lot of money that he could use to pay for a car.
Yeah. Poor Scotty. All right, I guess I'll lead off
buy
here.
an entire, you know those trucks you see that are towing like 8 cars to the dealership, the brand new cars to be sold? Scotty could buy 2 of those with what he won this weekend.
2. Yes, he can buy a sensible 2 cars. But yes, Scotty Scheffler has no shortage of money. Like, as much as I want to have voter fatigue here and give it to Stetson Bennett because Stetson Bennett was electric, he was also playing in a preseason game. Should we give it to somebody who's in a preseason game over somebody who's competing in an actual tournament? I think not. So as much as we are tired of giving this award to Scotty Scheffler, I do think Scotty deserves it. 5 wins, and how many events does he play this season? Like, what is it, 15 maybe? It's crazy, the level of domination that Scotty Scheffler has. And plus, he had a chip-in birdie on one of these holes that was absolutely incredible. And all we got was like a small fist pump. Like, it's gotten to the level where he makes these incredible shots and it's like, another day at work. So Scotty Scheffler is the MVP of the weekend for me. Even though I know we're all tired of him, you have to appreciate dominance. And that's exactly what Scotty Scheffler has been bringing to the PGA Tour.
He could win Monday MVP alone on the back of that chip in from 82 feet away. And the rough was like Oakmont level rough. It was like a shag carpet that he pitched out of to run that thing 82 feet into the hole for the birdie there on 17. But then you add on top of the fact that he storms back in like the first, half dozen holes of the front 9 yesterday from 4 strokes back Sure, Robert McIntyre fell apart again, kind of like he did in the U.S. Open after the rain delay in the final round. But this makes Scheffler the first guy to win 5 events in back-to-back seasons since someone named Tiger Woods in 2006 and 2007. That's the level that Scottie Scheffler is on right now. He is on prime Tiger level, which sounds silly to those of us that remember Tiger in his prime, but that's the way Scheffler is playing right now. He's down to plus 150 to win the Tour Championship this weekend. Plus one. It's not even worth betting on, even though we know it's going to happen.
Well, isn't the Tour Championship, is that the one where they have like leads going into it? Am I mistaken?
They've done away with that this year. They've abolished that this year, due in no small part to Scottie Scheffler lobbying them to do away with it, actually. Because he was like, what if I get hurt going into the final event of the year, but I've been the best golfer all year and I don't win the Tour Championship because I missed the final event? I mean, he ended up being 30 under last year, I think, in the Tour Championship because he started at 10 under. So this Tour Championship, I mean, I don't know. The FedEx Cup playoff is what it is. I don't think people pay attention to that as much as they do the majors and just the utter dominance, like you said, of Scottie Scheffler.
Who wants to see a tournament where somebody's 30 under? I don't think I do. Like, that's too much for me. Like, that's like the John Deere Classic. I don't want to see that. I want to see hard courses. I want to see, would it be lower scores or higher scores? You get what I'm saying. I don't want 30 under par. I want a sensible 9 under par. Like, that's the level for me. But Scottie Scheffler is making quick work of all these courses, so I'm glad they don't have, like, the lead going into it. Because, like, imagine if we go into the Tour Championship and Scottie Scheffler is already, like, 8 under par. Like, who's catching him? Nobody.
No.
He's crazy. It's crazy, the level of dominance and the way that he keeps his head and his, feet on the ground. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, I feel like if I make a birdie on a hole when I'm playing golf, I feel like the best golfer in the world, and I'm bragging about it to everybody I know. But Scottie Scheffler is still the most level-headed person, I feel like, in all of pro sports.
Remember how weird it was when you found out that he got arrested the day of the first round of, was it the U.S. Open last year? You're like, Scottie Scheffler? Really? What did he change lanes without signaling? What happened here? What's going on? I mean, you're right. He's just down to earth, but also happens to be the most dominant golfer in the world.
Yeah, who would win in a humble off? Like him, or I'm trying to think of like the other most humble athletes. Because I can think of like, remember those highlights of like Andrew Luck when he used to like congratulate defensive linemen? Be like, man, that was a great hit. I feel like Scottie Scheffler would do that if he was a quarterback.
Tim Tebow, yeah, would be up there in the humble off.
Tim's a saint. He's a saint walking on this earth. Yeah, I think he's number 1 in the saint rankings. He's also like a missionary. So, like, that doesn't count.
Literally doing God's work. Good job, Tim Tebow.
God, he's the best. Did we not give anybody on this list enough run here? So, in the baseball world, yeah, some of these guys had great games. Let's go back to Stetson Bennett. Were you surprised here? Like, for Stetson Bennett putting on an absolute clinic? Because I think it's difficult because normally in preseason games, we don't see quarterbacks who get to play the entire game. So it's just hard to compare.
Yeah, it's hard to put up numbers in a preseason game because, like you said, you're playing like 6 series and then you're out. Even if you're the backup, you're coming in the third quarter when everyone else on the field is going to be a UPS driver in 3 weeks. So it can be tough to rack up the numbers. What are you making a face for? UPS driver is a solid career. It just happens to be a fallback for a lot of guys who don't make it in the NFL. So, what's really going to be interesting to me, since you brought up Stetson Bennett again, is what if things don't get better for Matt Stafford? I know Jimmy G is penciled in as the backup there for the Rams, but how many games have we seen Jimmy Garoppolo go out there and light it up? Let's just build a hypothetical where Stafford doesn't start the season and this back issue continues to bother him, and Garoppolo starts the season as the Rams starter and doesn't play well. I mean, they should have a pretty decent level of confidence in Stetson Bennett at this point that he could go in there and handle the offense, right?
Well, I mean, he's won in the SEC, which I understand is not the same thing as the NFL, but like he can run an offense, and like here's the most trite thing ever. He's a winner. Like, didn't we used to say this about Tim Tebow? It's like, he's a winner. He can do it in the NFL. And then you see Tim Tebow try to throw the ball, and you're like, maybe not. But maybe it counts for something. The guy's a gamer. I'll give him that. Like, it feels like he has a level of confidence that you certainly need to succeed in the NFL, no matter how small you are. All right, coming up next, we saved our best for last. Our best bets come your way next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane here on the Daily Tip, final segment. I'm Chelsea Messner. He's Chris Mack, filling in for Jinx today. I suppose I need to pencil in my best bet, Chris. I hate these type of days where nothing really stands out to you and you're like, oh, I gotta decide. Because I don't feel that strongly about anything. I have a couple, like, candidates, but, like, the time is now. I have, like, a couple minutes until I need to, like, type this in. So were you this type of student when you were in, like, school?
I was going to say, do you want me to
wait till the last
filibuster for a while? Yeah, no, not
filibuster.
In,
Lord of the Rings, Chapter 1.
I shouldn't have used that, knowing you're not up on the political terms. I know
what filibustering is. I said Lord of the Rings, Chapter 1, because there's like 1,000 books and 1,000 pages in each book.
I'll be honest, there could be a 10-page Lord of the Rings book. There could be 40,000 pages written. I wouldn't know. Never been a Lord of the Rings guy.
Well, I only know about the Lord of the Rings because I had a high school psychology teacher that showed us like every single installment of the movies. And he was like, yeah, you get to learn your archetypes. But these movies are like 3 hours long. This was like a month of our class. We just watched movies. Public school education. They're right there.
In high school, I didn't really do the waiting until the last minute thing all that much, I don't think. But definitely in college, I became the kind of student who would like cram the night before a big exam like a dummy. And then I would just brain dump everything and then immediately forget it once the test was over.
That sounds like a great, recipe for success.
Wonderful
I was not a great
education.
college student.
No,
C was a degree for me. Because listen, nobody asked for your GPA after college. I graduated. End
what
of
else do you need from me? Yeah. There's two little letters next to my name now on
Who
LinkedIn.
cares?
See this? This is a piece of paper that says I graduated.
Yeah, like what are the other things? They're like summa cum laude. Like who cares? Nobody cares. Get back in your corner, nerd.
Here's your Play-Doh and your iPad. Go sit in the corner.
It's wild how some of those things just don't matter, like later in life. Like there is a basic level. Like you need a degree for a lot of jobs. Maybe not so much anymore. But like, I don't think, the determining factor was like, oh, well, they had a 3.2 GPA and she had a 3.4 GPA. No, it's like, who's the best at the actual job?
Yeah. Who do you know? Let's be honest.
Who do you know? Yeah. Who do you know that has a lot of money? Similar to, who is it? Jeff Bezos that's trying to make his wife a Bond girl? LOL.
Stop. Stop, Bezos.
All right. I suppose we've filibustered enough. I have settled on a bet, so I suppose we shall move on with the show. All right, so if you are sticking with the network, coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Sammy P and Kate Constable previewing the red-hot Chicago Bears, fresh off their preseason beatdown of the Buffalo Bills, and they'll also react to the Brewers finally losing a game for the first time in 2 weeks. That's next on Bet Sweats here on the network. All right, so we've kind of teased it. Now it's time to get to our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, as I am typing this in the rundown, I'm going to go with the Blue Jays Pirates first 7 under 5.5 runs. We talked about this during our baseball segment in that, number one, Paul Skeens is pitching. There you go. Yeah. It feels like he's due for a bounce back one. I know he's had some scuffles in his last few starts, but listen, Paul Skeens could be winning a Cy Young this year, and I feel like his stuff will be returning. I know all the factors don't line up. The fact that the Blue Jays do have a great lineup, but listen, only one batter in this lineup has ever faced Paul Skeens before. Advantage goes to the pitcher when there's not any familiarity. So I think this is going to be a good matchup for Paul Skeens. Then on the other side of the coin, Kevin Gausman's going, and he gets to face a Pirates lineup that's one of the worst in all of baseball when it comes to statistical offensive metrics over the last month. So we go first 7 because I think Kevin Gosman can go well beyond 5 innings, and I think Paul Skeens can maybe go 6 here. So you get a 5.5 in the first 7 for -130. Gives you a little bit more wiggle room than is if you played the first 5 under 3.5. So first 7 innings under 5.5 runs, -130 between the Pirates and the Blue Jays will be my best bet.
All right. I'm going to stick with that, but stick with the first 5 because I don't trust that the Pirates will give Skeens an especially long leash as they've sort of whittled down the length of his outings in the second half of the season. So I'll stick at first 5 under 3.5, which is also -130 at BetMGM because I don't trust the Pirates bullpen as far as I can throw it, which is not very far. And then a couple of player props that I like. I mentioned Ramon Laureano of the Padres earlier going against Robbie Ray and the Giants. 7-12 lifetime with a homer and a double against Robbie Ray. And Laureano is on fire lately. Hold on, let me just throw out the numbers. Last 6 games, he is just, 9 of 19 with 5 extra base hits, including a homer yesterday. So we'll go Laureano. Over 1.5 total bases. That's plus 125 in one spot where I found it. Logan Gilbert and the Mariners going against the Phillies. Phillies offense has been scuffling a bit lately. Logan Gilbert has not gone fewer than 6 innings in any of his last half dozen starts. So we'll go over the 17.5 outs for Logan Gilbert. And then Michael Wacha hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs in his last 5 or 6 starts, I believe it is. So we'll go under 2.5 earned runs for Michael Wacha as well, -120 at BetMGM. And then why the hell not? Let's take the over on tonight's preseason game. Bengals and Commanders. Plenty of reps, it looks like, for both first-team quarterbacks. Some experienced backup quarterbacks, especially on the Cincinnati side. And neither defense, I don't think, is going to be super impressive in this one, especially because the Bengals' starting defense stinks. So imagine what the backup defense must be like, second and third stringers in there. So I'll take the over 43 on Bengals and Commanders as well.
That one almost made the card, but then I've been preaching about how you shouldn't bet on preseason football. I was like, Chelsea, maybe you shouldn't go against your own advice. But it does make a lot of sense. And I was just looking at BetMGM. 69% of the money, nice, is on the over. So the public and the squares are on the over here. But listen, I can't disagree. Like, if there's anything that goes, with some level of logic here, it would be the over because we get a little sampling of both the starting offenses. Because don't we think that each offense will account for at least 1 touchdown? Like, that's 14 points, I think, on the board right there. And then you mentioned how bad the defenses are. So I do think we get some points. And plus, we've seen this trend in the preseason where teams are posting some pretty high totals. Like, we've seen multiple teams score more than 30 points. We saw the Bears put, a 38 spot on the Bills. We saw, I think it was the Giants scored 31 as well. So I know we used to look at unders in the preseason. Some of these teams are piling up the points.
Yeah, and we don't need a lot to get there with 43 as the total. Get me to 24-20, and no, I'm not going to stay up and watch the entire game. I'm going to hope that we get some offense in the first quarter from both of these starting offensive units, and we feel good going to bed at halftime, knowing that we're going to get to 43, at least crossing our fingers, knocking on wood.
Yeah, this is where TiVo is good. Or I don't even know if it's called TiVo. Maybe you should just call it DVR. Maybe TiVo's a brand name. Yeah. I don't know. But if you record the game and then you can go at halftime and you can watch every single series you want, and you can fast forward through the commercials, I feel like that's the best way to do it.
Or I just don't have a lot of interest in watching Desmond Ridder and Josh Johnson play quarterback. So I say, you know what? I'll check the box score when I get up in the morning and make sure I got to 43.
See, I say that, but if the TV is on, it doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. Like, I forget who Easton Stick was playing for, and I was, just locked in. I was like, I'm watching this. Because, listen, if football is on and we haven't had it in so long, bad football is still football. It's very similar to pizza. Cold pizza, bad pizza is still pizza, and it's still pretty damn good.
Still pizza. Easton Stick was playing for the Falcons on Saturday night.
I was watching it.
Is it Saturday? Is it Saturday?
I was like, who is number 12 for the Falcons? I had to look it up. I was Googling during the game because I was so starved for football. It was on Friday because it was the Titans. It was the Titans game. So, like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think the Titans were playing the Falcons.
I forgot that Teddy Bridgewater was back on a roster until I saw him walk out for warm-ups Saturday night for Tampa. And
he was slicing and dicing.
He was cooking. Yeah.
I feel like the Bucs offense is like one of the best offenses that like nobody talks about. Their receiving core is good.
Emeka Egbuka is going to be really good from the jump. What's the offensive rookie of the year numbers? Now that I've very quickly
we're going to cram in one last bet in like the last 90 seconds of the show.
He's 25-1 to win offensive rookie of the year, Egbuka. I mean,
and he's playing in a good offense. The only thing that goes against him is that there are several good receivers. Like Mike Evans is going to get his. Chris Godwin's probably going to get some of that as well.
And then get hurt again.
Egbuka put up some great catches as well. The Bucs are like my hear me out team. Nobody ever trusts the Bucs.
The Bucs are definitely a hear me out, could be a surprising 11-win team kind of team.
Somebody try and talk to me in the chat, Chelsea. Oh, Kenny likes the Bucs to win the NFC. Listen, they've been in striking distance. Like, they have come close in some of these postseason games. Like, people forget that they were going toe-to-toe with the Lions until, like, the fourth quarter. Was it last year or the year before? I think it was the year before. But the Bucs, nobody wants to talk about them. They're in a winnable division. They've got a great offense. Todd Bowles is a defensive-minded head coach. The defense should have some good looks as well. They're on my hear me out list. I had the Giants on that list for a little bit, and then I saw Russell Wilson throw a big interception. I was like, maybe not. Also, the Raiders. The Raiders are on my hear me out list. Ashton Genty was good over the weekend as well.
Ashton Genty's going to be good. The Raiders are not.
Even though it rubbed me the wrong way that he said, I've arrived. And it's like, no, you don't arrive until after the preseason. Like, you got to do it in a regular season game before you've quote unquote arrived. But still, electric stuff from Ashton Genty. All right, that's going to do it for here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. Have a fantastic Monday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
preview the Chicago Bears as we continue our countdown to kickoff. We're going to talk to Clay Harbor, former NFL player and analyst over at CHSN here in Chicago at 10 a.m. Eastern. We will also talk to Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy. He's coming up a little later on the show at 11 a.m. Eastern. Some big news out of Major League Baseball today. But Sam, one, it is great to have you back here on the show. And two, I need to hear all about Bet Bash.
Oh, Kate, thanks for the welcome back. Not sure where to start. I know where a lot of our audience would like to start, and that was with the man who brought 5 Nautica Polos to Bet Bash. George. George was on one for sure. He brought a piece of processed ham to his panel.
I saw that. I had so many questions about that. Did he buy it in Vegas? Did he pack it in the suitcase? What happened there?
He claims that he went to a tough part of town to a certain grocery store to buy the ham, and then he was afraid for his life. But that was certainly one of many highlights of Vegas. I will tell you this. I thought to myself going in, I had a really nice plan because I was going to leave Wednesday morning, stay Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then come back Saturday red eye. So only 3 nights. At my age, that's more than enough.
Plenty.
I landed Sunday morning at 7 a.m. local time and fell asleep at 7:45 and woke up at 5 p.m. So my schedule is so sideways and so backwards right now, but I want to thank everybody that allowed Bet Bash to go through again. This was the 5th year in Vegas. Great job by Derek Stevens and friends at Circa. But I was so enamored with how many people that came up to me that I didn't know that said they loved Bet Sweats. That to me was the best part of the entire trip. Better than George, better than the polos, better than the bets I made, better than the bets I didn't make, the money I won, the money I lost. John Martin winning $100 on a coin toss, basically, a side bet. John Martin, our co-host, our teammate here at the BetMGM Network. But the people that came up and said how much they loved the show, that to me was the highlight of my trip. Every time that happened, made me all giddy on the inside.
I mean, can you blame them, though, Sam? It's a phenomenal show here on the BetMGM Network. I like to think it's still, I can kind of hold my own when I fill in for Joe. But between you and Joe, you guys have been friends for so long that it just kind of flows perfectly. And so I don't blame everyone. I also think you and Joe here on Bet Sweats is a phenomenal show.
Well, thank you, Kate. I will also give some love your way. George found out that you were in all week. So it was you and I, Monday to Friday this week. And he said, ask Kate if I can come back on the show. And I said, George, I will ask. I will get back to you. This guy, he's everything you think about in person, everything you envision, it's all true. Everything is true.
So the notebook, not a legal pad, the massive notebook pad that he did his presentation on. No PowerPoint, no computer, nothing. He just did a what do you call those things? A big
tear
easel
sheet.
paper?
Yeah, it's a tear sheet.
Yeah. He was probably the only one with the tear sheet all weekend. Am I correct on that?
The first and last maybe ever at Bet Bash, bringing a tear sheet with all of his bets and it's certainly something. But they had about 700 attendees.
Wow.
And that was a record that they've ever had so far. I used it, as I always do, as a vessel to get around town. Signed up for a couple contests at the Westgate, a couple at Circa. I actually had a crew in from Boston myself, so I'm trying to balance all that. And Spanky threw another amazing party with lots of people, again, that were happy about Bet Sweats and love listening to the network and all that. So if you came up and we talked, I appreciate it more than you know. And now my summer vacations are over, Kate. No more vacations for your boy until the end of the Super Bowl.
Yep, it's time to lock in now. I would imagine this is Joe's last week off before football season really begins. I mean, week 0, already college football this weekend. That's coming pretty fast. But we do appreciate everyone who tunes in and listens to Bet Sweats. I appreciate it, even when I'm on here as well. Sam, a lot of preseason stuff going on here. If we turn our attention to NFL news, Bears beat the Bills yesterday, 38-0. We're not going to totally dive into this game quite yet because we will have a full segment on the Chicago Bears coming up about 15 minutes from now in our next segment here. But every other team in action. And I think we can learn a little bit from some of those other teams. The Panthers, one of those is that maybe the progression that we thought we would see from Dave Canales and Bryce Young coming off a fairly good end to last season. Those last 4 or 5 games were solid for the Panthers. And we thought, okay, maybe this is Bryce Young this offseason takes another step forward and is the number 1 overall pick from his draft class, talent-wise, that we were hoping to see early on. So far, it hasn't exactly materialized. Again, preseason, how much can you really take away from these games? But Young did not complete a pass 2 series. The starting group, -2 net yards on the day. That's not encouraging whatsoever if, one, you're a Panthers fan, or if you've already placed any futures in terms of overs on win totals or to win the division, anything like that.
Not completing a pass, certainly an issue, although I do find the Discord very, very interesting on the internet. Anybody who's a fan of a team that does something well, it's, oh, baby, here we go. Here we go. And then if you're a fan of a team like the Panthers, for example, perfect example, Bryce Young can't complete a pass in his 2 series. Well, Kate, it's the preseason.
Yeah.
It's all good. Doesn't count. So people pick and choose what matters and what doesn't. You just look for rhythm, right? That's what I look for. And the Panthers have really shown us none. I think one of the bigger names that I heard, because again, I'm in Vegas with people from all over the country. The biggest name rookie-wise that I heard in the 4 days that I was there was Travion Henderson for the Patriots. People are just enamored by this guy and the upside there. And obviously he's a back that fits the mold of what Josh McDaniels wants to do. He protects the football. He could catch it out of the backfield. And he was a guy that led Ohio State to a national championship. People are betting him hand over fist now to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That was like the biggest name that I heard because you didn't really hear a lot of it for most of the offseason. And then you couple the Ramondre Stevenson ball security issues with the ascension of Henderson. That's a name that a lot of people are really liking right now. And I think the Patriots hype has been there. You and I have talked about it. Joe and I have talked about it. Adam Schefter is calling them sleepers, and guys are saying they're going to win 10 games and make the playoffs. Well, if this running back plays as well as the hype, they will be a playoff team. But that was a name I wasn't really expecting to hear all that much, and you heard it basically every single day. Travion Henderson is getting a bunch of hype from the people that I talked to, at least in Las Vegas.
And I mean, going back to that first preseason game as well, it's not just his second game where he played well, had some good moments, a touchdown, but like the kickoff return in that first game, like that sets the tone immediately. And you're going to get a significantly better number on someone like Travion Henderson than you would Ashton Genty, who also played well in his second game. I mean, Sam, the discourse around Ashton Genty after the first game when he had -4 yards was, is this guy actually going to be able to compete at an NFL level? He played for Boise State, group of 5 team. Like, it looked in that second game like he was going to be just fine. But I think if you're looking at various running backs to back for Offensive Player of the Year, Travion Henderson, you're going to get a significantly better price on him. It just sounds like everyone and their mother is also has caught up to the Travion Henderson, the train right now.
The price has basically been slashed in half since the preseason started. And you're definitely right. Once that kickoff was returned, that was sort of a magnet for some money. But you look, and some books are 12-1, 14-1 on Henderson to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. You know, that number after the draft is 25-30-1. So there's been a big time correction in that market thanks to the appetite for people to bet him. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to beat Ashton Genty, who is plus 260 at BetMGM. You know, which number is more important? To me, it's the price I would never bet on Genty. I'm just not going to bet a guy at 250, 260 to win an award because there's so much volatility for rookie running backs. And a lot of the things that they do are, I don't want to say more well-versed in what happens around them, but you need the proper play calling. You need the quarterback play, and you need the offensive line play for a young running back at plus 260. All those things have to go well. And then you also consider the Raiders are probably going to be the worst team in their division. So how many times are they going to be running the ball in the second half, in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter when they're taking on teams like the Chiefs and the Broncos and the Chargers? A lot of things have to go right, and that's why it gets difficult to get to a price at plus 260. But Genty was running over linebackers the last I saw of them. And if you've noticed, Ashton Genty's price in that first week to score a touchdown has been slammed. They're betting him to do big things in that first game. And I see his number now 7.5 at BetMGM, minus 120 for total touchdowns on the season. So there's going to be hype for sure. He was an amazing player in college, and many expect him to just pick up where he left off in the NFL.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. I said offensive player of the year. Offensive rookie of the year is what you would be betting for both of these players. Over at the Colts preseason, Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, they both played, looked better in week 2, similar stat lines. In your opinion, Sam, like has either of these two separated themselves as the clear-cut starter in week 1?
It almost feels like somebody will lose the job before somebody wins the job.
Yeah.
They were fine, as Joel Quenneville, who I covered for a long time in Chicago, used to say. He was fine. They were fine.
Fine is not good. Fine's not good enough.
Fine is not good in sports, in coach lingo. They're both roller coasters. And if they give you a play that's a net positive, odds are good there's a play around the corner that's a net negative. That's a sack, that's a fumble, that's a interception, whatever it is. I noticed too, you got, 2 tackles go down again, as Paul puts in the notes. I didn't even realize that. I'm not going to lie. I didn't watch a bunch of preseason in Vegas. I mean, guys were betting it like crazy, but I've never felt confident that the Colts were going to be this shaker and mover at the quarterback position. And, you see guys like Riley Leonard getting a lot of reps in the preseason. You're like, okay, is that where they're going to go next if none of this works out? It could be a long season in Indy, and I do not think either quarterback is anything special.
No, I don't either. I think they start Anthony Richardson, maybe bring Daniel Jones in 5-6 weeks into the season if Richardson doesn't get it done. But I don't have a strong hold on what the Colts are going to do, because you're right. They both were just meh. They were fine. Whatever. Chargers, there are some concerns over in LA land. Quentin Johnston, covered by 2 Rams, unfortunately took a big hit, did not return, carted off. Sam, if this wide receiver core gets any thinner, any worse, it already was not great to begin with. You have Rashawn Slater, who's now gone, so the offensive line takes a hit. I was very high on the Chargers coming into the season before a lot of these injuries. I'm not so high on the Chargers now. I think it's kind of, the season's not over before it begins, but the season is significantly tougher before it begins because of all the injuries that the Chargers have had.
Certainly not ideal. They've had to shuffle the offensive line already. Najee Harris was the guy they thought was going to be RB1 to help carry along the rookie Hampton from North Carolina. Now Harris is sort of MIA, if you will. We know the injury to Slater. McConkey's been banged up. There's a lot of hype around this team and a lot of expectation around this team, at least heading from the draft toward training camp. And injuries are always going to be the equalizer. Who can stay healthy? Who can stay on the field? It's been a mess. Not to be outdone by the LA Rams. They're, I guess, co-hosts of Los Angeles. What's up with Matthew Stafford? Apparently, we're going to find out today. Sean McVay is going to address the media today and let us know about Matthew Stafford's back. This is a serious deal for the Rams, Kate. Big time.
Hasn't he been kind of he's told us the last couple of weeks he's going to practice tomorrow. He's going to be throwing tomorrow. No, not happening at all. I think this is a massive, massive deal for the Rams. Yeah, not great. What is great, the progress that we saw from the Chicago Bears. Now, does that translate to success in the regular season? We will break down Chicago Bears. Countdown to kickoff continues on the other side. This is Bet Sweats with Kate Constable and Sam Panayotovich.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
he's a lot more calmer on game day in the mic than he is in practice with me. So it's great. It was exciting, kind of sitting there having the headpiece in my ear right after. I kind of had how many ever plays I had, and been able to listen to him and encourage the guys.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
That's Caleb Williams, Bears quarterback, talking about his new head coach, Ben Johnson. The duo looked pretty strong yesterday in the preseason game. But, Sam, it is just the preseason. And, yes, a 38-0 win is nice. Williams completed 6 of 10 passes, 107 yards, a touchdown. He was in for 2 drives. And, I mean, not going to lie, he looked significantly better than last year. He was also going up against the 2s and 3s for Buffalo. The only Buffalo starters that were in the game was safety Cole Bishop and Joshua Palmer at wide receiver. So temper expectations. I tweeted yesterday after that first drive with the touchdown, don't overreact. Because that's kind of the what Bears fans need to keep in mind after last night's game.
Not a surprise, Bears fans losing their minds. It happens every offseason, as you pointed to off the top. After the draft, they've won the offseason again. And then when there's a sliver of promise or a sliver of hope in the preseason, you get Bears fans saying Super Bowl. I saw Super Bowl on Bears Twitter more times than I could count last night. And a lot of that is sarcasm, obviously. But that first drive is what you want, right? He's 5 of 6, 97 passing yards, 1 touchdown. Caleb looked good. Who is he playing? A bunch of backups. I think he just looked in control, and that's something that was really lacking last year. And it does help when you have the pockets that Caleb Williams had last night. So that was something that was actually on in the house. I was able to watch that last night as I'm getting ready for the show and getting my voice prepared for a full week of shows. He had a nice, clean pocket. And there were several screen caps where 4 linemen are winning their battles against the defensive linemen. And Caleb's got time to stand up in the pocket and make these throws. So there's a lot of upside with this offense, as we know. And Caleb was an equal opportunity spreader last night. He wasn't keying on one guy. He was getting the ball everywhere. Multiple tight ends, Zacchaeus with the touchdown. So that's what you want. David Haugh, one of our teammates at 670 The Score. Here's what he wrote. That's what Chicago was waiting for. An excellent 92-yard opening drive that includes multiple completions and a terrific run from Zacchaeus, who's had a terrific camp. Caleb Williams looks sharp. That's fair. That's all fair. And then we start to see the memes. The Bears are up 28-0, and Ben Johnson's just still mad, right? Like a focused, a laser-sharpened coach. Everything positive from the preseason will be taken to the extreme. But that's how we roll in Chicago. That's what the Bears fans do.
But it's also like, that is what should have happened in this game against the 2s and 3s. Like, if Caleb had struggled at all, we would be so concerned. So people say, okay, well, yeah, look who he was going up against. But, like, what do you want him to do against those people? You want him to kind of shred the defense like he did in that first drive yesterday. He had all the time in the world, to your point. Braxton Jones looked really good at left tackle in those first 2 drives with all of the starters. So, like, as much as it's don't overreact, like, this is, I think, exactly what you wanted from Caleb, despite who he's playing. And Tyson Bagent, Sam, even looked really good. Like 13 of 22, 196 yards. Tyson Bagent looked sharp. Everyone looked locked in. Like all the little things that were missing last year under Matt Eberflus, those were all cleaned up. Even the, I think it was Drew Dahlman who had a penalty on the offensive line early on. That would have like derailed that entire drive last year, and that didn't do that this year. So there are a lot of positives, even though it is the preseason. And I mean, for the Bills fans, like, you got shut out by the Bears. Do you go ahead and say what we said about the Panthers? Like, okay, they're taking a step back, or is it just this is the preseason? Like, those are the two extremes, but I think you can take a lot away from Caleb. and just the fact that everyone was on the same page yesterday. I thought that was a very good thing. Ben Johnson also said that Caleb Williams looked as sharp as he has over the last, 3 days of camp leading up into this game. He's continuing to stack day after day of strong performances. So does that change your mind on the Bears win total? Does that change your mind on the, division price, anything like that in terms of how Chicago moves forward?
No, not really. You're excited if you're a Bears fan, though. I'm not going to tell people not to be excited. I mean, look at these stats offensively. 530 yards, 357 in the air, 173 on the ground, 6.5 yards per play, 31 first downs, 82 plays, 38 points. It's hard for me to sit here and say, don't get excited. Because in Chicago, numbers like that, I don't want to say you've never seen them before, but in games that matter, you don't see numbers like that. So obviously translating it from backups in the preseason to against starters in the regular season is a much different monster. Spoiler alert, I don't think the Bears are going to move the ball like that against Minnesota week number 1, but this is a step in the right direction, of course, because you need that quarterback to experience nights like this. He has to find himself in the pocket. He has to find rhythm with his targets, and he has to believe in his coach. I don't think he had any belief last year. Now, he's never going to say that publicly, but do you think that Caleb Williams and his camp believed in Shane Waldron or Thomas Brown or Matt Eberflus? I never felt that from afar. I feel that now, and that's what the Bears need, no doubt.
I mean, body language wise with Caleb Williams last year, that told you everything you needed to know about his belief in that coaching staff and everything last year. Already yesterday, I mean, body language when you have a game like Caleb did early on, I think that is certainly going to turn around. All right, countdown to kickoff. We're continuing that on here on Bet Sweats with the Chicago Bears. Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich here on Bet Sweats. Sam, in terms of some bigger pictures or division-wise, like the win total you mentioned, no, it doesn't really change your mind. I don't think it should change your mind based on that game last night. Yes, it should give you excitement and optimism, but I still feel like I went through the schedule again this morning, and I counted 8 wins that I think are realistic for Chicago. Now, do they have a bad game and drop one of those? Yeah, maybe. Do they maybe overperform in 1 or 2 of those games and get to 9 wins, 10 wins on the season? I think that's a possibility. But based on the history of the Chicago Bears, I can't give them the benefit of the doubt quite yet and say, I'm going to go over their win total. They're going to reach 10 games this year. I need to see it a little bit more before I put my money on that type of stuff.
Sure. And the numbers are there. Joe has brought this up many times. I've piggybacked on the stat. Since they fired Lovey, they're 1-11 to the over on the regular season win total. That's crazy. And if you total up wins and losses since 2015, the Bears are right near the top in terms of team losses. So the success has not been there. That said, just because they haven't done it doesn't mean they can't do it. And I think you look at their line. Let's start there because everything starts with the offensive line. Pro Football Focus says they're one of the top 5 lines in football. So if that shell and that protection is there, they can have success. I think I need to see Caleb Williams handle this in big games against big opponents. That's really my next step to gauge the Bears. And the market is still sort of bullish on Caleb to not be the statistical monster. BetMGM's passing number on Caleb Williams is only 22.5. That's not a quarterback who was taken number 1 in the draft a couple years ago. So I think he needs to, obviously that goes without being said, but I have concerns about a lot of things. Can they stay healthy?
We may have just lost Sam here. We'll work on getting him back.
Trenches. And then so top to bottom, power rating wise, in the NFL. Team NFC North, this is going to be a walk by any stretch of the imagination.
Sam, you were breaking up a little there. Some glitches here, so I didn't catch everything you just said. But I want to say you said to win the NFC North, that's not quite the stretch of the imagination. My next point on the Bears is going to be just the price to win the North feels like it's too long compared to the Vikings. Vikings sitting around 325, Bears 550. The difference between those two is just that the Bears have been a little unproven, and yes, a new head coach, a rookie head coach, but we don't know what JJ McCarthy is for the Vikings as well. So if you're looking at the price from Minnesota to Chicago, I think those should be a little bit closer, and maybe the Bears should be maybe like 4-1, 425, something like that.
It is a very tough division from top to bottom. I mean, that's going to be, if the Bears don't have success, they will be hindered by the strength of their schedule, not only in the division, but across their entire schedule. But you have a Detroit team that is loaded with talent, a Packers team that always finds ways to win under LaFleur, and a Vikings team that defensively could be the best in the division and maybe the best in the conference. So if the Bears are going to get over the win total, if they're going to win this division, if they're going to make a playoff run, they will have done it in one of the deepest divisions in the NFL. And sometimes iron sharpens iron. And if that's what happens, if they can find success in this division, it will grow them immensely in terms of where they were supposed to be and where they could go.
I think if that happens to the Chicago Bears as well, Ben Johnson, who's the favorite right now for Coach of the Year, has a really good shot at winning Coach of the Year, plus 650 over at BetMGM. But if we think back to last year, Sam, who was the favorite to win Coach of the Year before the season started? Well, that was Matt Eberflus. And how did that end up for all of us? So I am not betting Ben Johnson Coach of the Year right now at this price. I would look for someone further down the board. But if this does all play out the way that Bears fans are hoping it does after last night's game, I think Johnson will be a part of the conversation. I won't have a ticket on him then, and maybe I'll miss out, but I'm willing to miss out based on that price and him being a first-year head coach with a unproven roster.
I look at Rome Odunze's numbers. If you're looking for a player to pay attention to, last year, remember, his receiving prop was 650.5. And this show had talked about going over. Well, the number is 200 yards higher this summer, 850.5. You look at his touchdown number, 5.5. That's it, 5.5. I think he could be a 1,000-yard guy this year and catch 8-9 touchdowns. The talent is just oozing. You could see it, and the players talk about it. I know he had a drop last night. Probably should have caught that ball. So be it. It doesn't derail me from thinking that he could be one of the most talented receivers in this division. I think 5.5 is disrespect on Odunze. As long as he stays on the field, I think he's a guy that flies over that number. And again, I think he's a 1,000-yard receiver this year. He is the most talented receiver on that team. I know we're already elevating Luther Burden over Rome Odunze in some circles, but Rome Odunze is the guy. If he has a big year, so will the Bears.
And it feels like he has become a little bit more and more like Caleb Williams' security blanket. Just throughout the end of last season, the offseason, the chemistry that they've had there. And I haven't heard DJ Moore's name a whole lot, and I don't think that's a knock on DJ Moore at all. I think that's just there are other new faces in Chicago that people want to focus on. But if you're choosing between who's going to have more receiving yards this year between Rome and DJ, I think you make a great case for Rome to be the one that, DJ could still have a 1,000-yard receiving year as well, but I think Rome might be the kind of Amon-Ra St. Brown of this offense with Ben Johnson. You mentioned Luther Burden. He and Colston Loveland for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Loveland's 40-1, Burden's 50-1. Burden had some good plays yesterday, a couple great blocks too down in the red zone. Not ready to pull the trigger on Luther Burden or Colston Loveland at those, solid prices, but I just don't think that they're going to be in the running with how many talented names that are probably going to have larger roles ahead of them in Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Touch is probably not going to be there for either guy, and that's what you need to win an award like that, to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. You need to touch the ball a ton. I will say, though, if Luther Burden blocks the way he blocked last night, they're going to find ways to keep him on the field and get the ball near him, because he laid a couple blocks, including one on Damar Hamlin yesterday. Poor Damar Hamlin. Tough couple series for him last night. But if Burden can block like that, Greg Olsen was talking about this on the broadcast. if you set up your team for success by blocking the way you're supposed to block, you will get rewarded down the road. So that's a piece that they believe in long-term, years down the road. I don't believe Luther Burden's going to be a statistical anomaly this year, but if he throws his weight around like that, that's going to be a very, very deep room, Kate.
Yeah, what does Ben Johnson say? No block, no rock. So far, Luther Burden has been blocking, which means he's getting that rock throughout the season if he continues to do that. We're going to continue next year in Bet Sweat's Case of the Mondays, and then we have Clay Harbor from Chicago Sportsnet joining us at 10 a.m. Eastern. Lot to look forward to here on the BetMGM Network with Kate Constable and Sam Panayotovich.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Case of the Mondays coming your way here in moments. We'll air some grievances from the weekend. What's holding us back from reaching our potential on this Monday morning? Sam, before we get into that, Clay Harbor coming up on the other side, 10 a.m. Eastern, former NFL player, analyst over at Chicago Sportsnet. And then Aaron Schatz from FTN Fantasy will join us at the 11 o'clock hour to talk a little fantasy and what he's seen so far through the preseason. Look forward to that conversation with him. But Sam, I would imagine after a couple days at Vegas, Monday morning hits you a little bit harder than it typically does.
Oh, no doubt. Although I will say, I thought I planned this out accordingly. I said I'm going to leave Saturday night, take the red eye, which is always a disaster because it's never on time. And then it's always the most turbulent flight. At 3:30 in the morning, you're flying over the Rocky Mountains and the plane is ready to just shake itself apart. And that's never ideal. And you can't sleep. But I thought giving myself the entire day yesterday to recover and rest and just lay there like a marshmallow. I thought that was in plan. I thought that was pretty good. There's not a lot that I was really upset about. I guess there's one story I could tell about a ticket that I forgot to bet. But I will say, just generally speaking, going to Vegas, there goes my voice again. The cookie in the hotel lobby was $7.50. One cookie.
Oh my gosh.
So that's sort of New Vegas, and parking is no longer free the way it used to be pretty much everywhere. And, you know, the price to, I guess, just exist there if you're a tourist or a traveler, like, it's ridiculous. Now, granted, I go to places where I've been going forever and I know a lot of people out there, but if I was going there for the first time and had to go get a coffee and a croissant, we're talking like $25 now in a hotel. And it's not just in my hotel, it's in most hotels. So it's getting very, very difficult if you don't know where you're going or you don't know who to talk to. Vegas is getting insane. I mean, the resort fees are high. The room fees are not great. But again, like, you walk through the lobby and you're like, oh, I'd like a little snack here. Oh, it's $7.50 for a chocolate chip cookie. That's insane to me. But the trip was mostly solid. I would give the trip an A-. I would like to nominate myself, though. Anybody who watches this show knows that Joe and I have been talking about Jonathan Grenard for Defensive Player of the Year. He's an edge guy in Minnesota, and he was a big sack machine last year. And I was saying, look, 100-1 is a good bet on him. I think he should be closer to 50, 60-1. Get out to Vegas, and one of the casinos has a 240-1 on Grenard.
Ooh.
And I didn't have my cash with me. My cash was at a different location. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe I should go get my cash and come back. Oh, you know what? I'll go to the ATM. So I go to the ATM and I put in my card and I'm going to take out $300 or whatever. And the fee at the hotel was $11.99 to take out $300.
Insane.
So I said, I'm not going to do it. I'll be back tonight. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Well, of course, as one does, you start having a couple of drinks and you start opening your big dumb mouth about, hey, this casino's got a 240-1 on Grenard. I think it's a great bet. So I didn't end up getting cash. I got my cash the next morning, come back to the hotel, and that 240-1 is now 100-1. So because I opened my stupid mouth, Kate, and I had to start telling everybody, who probably then told everybody else, knock that price right off the board from 240-1 on Grenard, which was never the right price. It was always an off-market number. But I should have gone back to my room, got the cash, and come right back because I cost myself $14,000. $100 bet. Go ahead.
You should have just paid the $11 and skipped the cookie at the next little snack bar you needed.
100%. I mean, this is totally my fault. I'm not blaming anybody. This is completely on me. I didn't buy the cookie either, for the record. But I don't know why I didn't just, because I had so much cash with me that I thought, well, I'm not going to take out more cash. I already have cash. It's just not with me. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll ask one of my guys here, hey, let me get 100 real quick. Because that's all I was going to bet. I already have enough Grenard. Like, I've got a decent amount at really nice prices. Not 240 to 1 good, but I was going to bet 100 to win 24,000. And I think I don't know. I just didn't want to ask to borrow 100 when I could have easily done that. I don't know. I don't have an excuse for why. But I came back 12, 15 hours later and get to the window and say, what's Grenard for a defensive player? And the woman pulls it up and she says 100 to 1. And I almost collapsed because I knew it was my fault, but I didn't even get it. So that's my case of the Mondays.
Sam, I mean, it feels like an amateur move for you to not just have cash on you at all times when you're in Vegas. Like, you've been going there for how long? Why are you leaving your cash in the hotel?
Well, I mean, it was several $1,000s, and I had it in a safe. So I was like
take
checking
500,
in.
put that in your pocket for the afternoon, go back. Come on.
I know. Like I said, it's my fault. If I would have known, I didn't know the price was there until I got there, though. Like,
right.
If I would have known that I was gonna go to a place and it was gonna be 240 to 1, I would have brought everything with me. I would have had it on my person in my pocket. But I was checking in here and checking in there, and I got my book bag and my suit. There was just a lot of moving parts on this first day in Vegas. But you are 100% right. Amateur hour 101. And then I see a couple guys the next day who were like, yeah, man, we thought you bet it. So we piled on. So, like, everybody.
So you're moving lines without even betting it. That's impressive.
100%. So people are betting it. And one of the guys, Mikey, bet it, who Mikey liked it before I even said, hey, it's 240 to 1. And he bet it. And he goes, if it wins, I'll take you to dinner. So that's nice. But I feel like this avalanche happened because of me. And I was not even a part of it financially.
I mean, I would take the 24 grand over a dinner. Like, I feel like he maybe owes you more than a dinner if you win, if he ends up winning. But 250 to 1, 250 to 1, how often do those guys truly win? I understand the price was off, but a long shot for a reason, Sam. So maybe you saved yourself $100. That could be the story at the end of the season. I don't have any true grievances this morning. I don't have any fun gambling stories from over the weekend. I've been trying when I wake up, instead of going and sitting on the couch and drinking my coffee and doom scrolling, I've been going on a walk around the block to try and like wake up a little bit better in a semi-healthier way. So I did that this morning. Complete downpour. The moment I get outside, soaked. It was not a hair wash day this morning. It had to end up being a hair wash day this morning because I was like a wet dog, which means you just don't do those things. I should have just sat on the couch, enjoyed my morning quietly, and not tried to be an overachiever or healthy at all. So that is my only grievance. Like, Monday morning really didn't start off that great, but I had a solid weekend. Paul or Jake, do either of you want to jump in with any case of the Mondays here?
I'll let Jake go. I don't really have anything to complain about. I had a good family weekend with Aaron Waters show in Chicago. I will say the practice round Friday is definitely the winner of the weekend. I don't have much to complain about, Kate.
That's good, Paul. We don't want to have things to complain about on Monday morning. I know Jake Hassan does, and we'll get into a little bit more of that later on in the show here. But Jake, just overall, is the foot feeling any better this morning?
Yeah, we've upgraded to a brace. We're out of the boot, so that's huge. I actually do have one grievance from the weekend. As I'm known to do, I was dog sitting for a friend on Saturday night because, of course, I was. Also, water is wet, fork found in kitchen. But the neighbor, we're at my friend's place. I get there and I just start hearing like this beeping in their house, and I'm like, okay. So then I'm obviously walking around their house trying to figure out what this noise is because I'm not kidding. I counted it every 3 seconds. It goes beep, beep, beep. and it was so loud. And so I'm walking around on a busted foot around this house, up and down the stairs, trying to figure it out. Turns out it was in the neighbor's house, but like whatever, they have thin windows or what, I don't know. You can hear it so clearly in their apartment. Went all night, went all morning. It was driving me insane. I almost called a SWAT team on this neighbor's house. So then I texted my friends the next day. I said, hey, just so you know, like your neighbors have something going on. Like I don't know what the deal is. They go, oh no, they've been out of town for a week. It's been happening for a week. It's been driving us insane as well. But they're kind of weird, so we don't even want to deal with them. We're not even going to say anything. I said, well, I almost called in a bomb threat, so you guys are better than me.
How close to almost, though? Like, how close were you to actually making that call?
I had the phone, like I had the number pulled up. Like I was ready to take some drastic measures around 3 a.m.
I looked at the number. Yeah, just write it down. 911. Speaking of upgrades, Jake, place looks nice.
Yeah, how about that? Not in my dentist's office anymore.
Oh, that is a new background there.
It is.
Still have the protein powder. What's the little yellow thing above the protein powder that's been there for a while?
Dude, it's all my friends are dead. It's a gift from my good friend Sam Paniatovich.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
Anytime you could get a background ordered and planned for a show that no longer exists, then it still takes 5 months to get in. You got to do it, and I've always said that.
What's the red? Is that deodorant? The Tough Action?
No, it's like a little mug made out of the barrel of a baseball bat. If I just put my deodorant in there, it'd be crazy. Yeah, it's like a little. I mean, it's not a mug per se, but it's a cup. Hold on. It's a little cup made out of a baseball bat. Baseball barrel.
Well, that's kind of cute.
Bat. Yeah, thank you.
Nice, Jake.
My mom got it from me like 10 years ago.
Wow. Your setup looks nice. We'll dive in a little deeper on your mental health and your kickball health.
We're going to be here for a while if we do
how
that.
We're doing coming off of that loss over last week. I know Sam has not heard much about it yet, so we will discuss that later on in the show. But coming up next, Clay Harbor joins us to give his insights on the Bears season. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bears. Third down for Chicago. 3rd and 5. Williams in. Rhythm again. There's Zacchaeus. And Olamide Zacchaeus takes it to the end zone for the Bears touchdown. 36-yard touchdown to finish off a 93-yard drive to start this game.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
A lot to like in yesterday's preseason game against the Bills for the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, arguably looked as good as we've ever seen him out there. Granted, it was a preseason game. So to figure out if that should change our perspective on the upcoming season or the way we bet the Bears at all this season, we've got to bring in the one and only Clay Harbor, former NFL player and analyst over at Chicago Sportsnet. Clay, we appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. What were some of your biggest takeaways from yesterday's preseason game against the Bills?
Well, obviously looking at the Bears and how dominant they were, obviously you're playing against number twos, you're playing against second stringers, but the first thing was the pre-snap procedure and just how smooth and crisp that was, because I've been at most of the days of camp, and I got to tell you, sometimes it's looked ugly. There's been false starts. There's been delay of games. There's been a bunch of stuff that just pre-snap didn't look right. And yesterday, they actually used the snap count as a weapon. They were drawing the Bills off sides instead of jumping themselves. So first thing I noticed, pre-snap procedure. Second thing, is obvious. It's Caleb Williams, right? He's had an up and down camp, and you loved what you saw from Caleb Williams. I love Ben Johnson starting out with an easy completion, the Colston Loveland play, getting the ball, getting him on the move, building his confidence, and you see him throwing it down the middle, cover 2 look. Cole Kmet takes the middle on the bender. They're on the same page, getting the ball to the tight end. Him just making clear, decisive decisions, which is something in camp I don't think we've seen all the time. I think what you have seen, though, is him lately looking a lot better. And these joint practices were 2 of his better days, the day leading up to the joint practice with the Bills and the joint practice with the Bills, and then obviously the game. So you're starting to see that progression from Caleb and the confidence building and him, the trajectory that he is just starting to understand this Ben Johnson offense and feel more confident in it. But the first thing you have to say is definitely Caleb Williams.
No doubt. And then to piggyback off of that, he had so much time to process and make decisions. I know that it's only a handful of series, Clay, against a bunch of guys that won't start in the NFL. But if they can get that protection, that's going to be everything for this offense. Are you buying this hype? Pro Football Focus says they could be a top 5 offensive line when healthy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think Darnell Wright hasn't looked as good as we've wanted him to this preseason, but he's a guy that obviously has the ability to be a top flight right tackle. You can't argue with any of the guys in the interior. We've seen Jonah Jackson make a Pro Bowl before. If he stays healthy, I think he can be a good player. Obviously, Drew Dahlman, the best center in free agency this year, has looked really good. He's really smart. He's an intelligent guy. He's quick, very quick player. And intelligent, which is, I think, a young quarterback needs. And then you got Joe Thuney, who this guy has more Super Bowl rings than he's missed games. He's just steady Eddie. The guy just comes to practice every day and shows up. And then the left tackle is the one position where they're still trying to figure out. And I think Braxton Jones will ultimately end up winning that job. I think he's definitely the favorite. The guy's got over 40 NFL starts. He's done it at a high level before. Before you give it to undrafted free agent rookie Theo Benedict, who looks like the only guy that's still in the competition. It looks like first-round draft pick Ozzie Trapillo is now moved over to the right tackle and is going to be looked at more of a swing tackle and backup for Darnell Wright. So I think you come out there with Braxton Jones as your left tackle, but he's a solid tackle. He's a guy we've seen do it before. So I think that they could be a top 5 offensive line. Now, the other question is Ben Johnson for the last few years has been a guy who loves to run the football. I'm not sure he has the dogs to be able to run the ball like he did last year in Detroit. And running the football is something that will open up the rest of Ben Johnson game. Obviously, he was the number 1 play caller last year in play action passing. If you don't have a good running game, the play action is basically useless. So hopefully this offensive line can really improve the run game to lead to more holes and gaps in this play action pass game, because we know Ben Johnson loves to do that.
Clay, the Bears win total sitting at 8.5 right now. I mean, we can't overreact too much to what we saw last night, but there was a lot of optimism to come out of that. Does yesterday's performance change your perspective on the number of wins the Bears can get this year?
Man, that 8.5 number is good. I gotta say that is a good number, because I can't make heads or tails of it, because I'm thinking 8 or 9 wins. I'm 50-50 either way. So that's why Vegas is so good at what they do. I don't think it changes things. One preseason game when you're playing against the twos, obviously they look good, but you look at the schedule, you look at this division, it is just going to be attrition for the Bears. They're playing so many solid teams this year. This division is going to beat each other up. So, I mean, I think it's a tough play to make with 8.5. I could make an argument right now for under. I can make an argument right now for over. I would probably stay away from that until we get a little bit more of a sample size here, and we get to see a little bit more runway. Maybe you wait till in season to see how they do, and then you lay a little bit once you feel a little bit more confident with what they're able to do. What I will say, I'm very confident in Dennis Allen's defense. I think this defense is going to be really good. I think that this was a positive step for the offense, but I still think the offense is going to take a while before they're able to do the things that Ben Johnson offense we're used to seeing from him. So I would stay away for now, just until maybe we get a little bit more of a sample size coming from a guy that's been at every training camp practice almost.
The number on Caleb Williams for touchdown passes, to your point, you would think it would be higher. And if you watch last night's game, you'd think, wow, this is a lock to go over. But the truth is he hasn't really faced a great defense yet. And until he does that and does well against it, we're going to have these hesitations. The number, though, is very straightforward. It's 22.5 on passing touchdowns. It feels light, but it might be just right. Is there a move there on 22.5?
I actually like going over 22.5. And I'm not just being a homer here. I think that there's so many weapons in this Bears offense. And Ben Johnson loves to run the football, and he loves to run the football for touchdowns. He was in the top 5 in the league in rushing touchdowns last year. This is a guy that loves running the football in, but still, I think that's a good mark. Colson Loveland is going to be a red zone threat. You got Cole Kmet, 2 big tight ends that you can utilize down there in the red zone. So I think that's something you're going to see a lot of. You also have another big receiver. You got Roma Dunze, who's 6'2", 6'3", 215, 220 pounds. So a lot of the value for these guys, these big tight ends and receivers, are the fact that you can just throw them the ball, throw it up to them in the red zone. So I think you will see some extra touchdowns there. And I loved what Luther Burden and Olamide Zaccheaus showed us yesterday. I thought that they showed out well. DJ Moore, very consistent guy, and especially with this offensive line being improved. I mean, he had 20 touchdowns last year with Shane Waldron and whoever else was calling plays for him. So I think that's a nice little bet right there. I'd go over 22.5.
We're talking with Clay Harbor, former NFL player and analyst over at Chicago Sports Network. Clay, Sam and I talked earlier in the show about some overs for receivers and their receiving yards this year. But with the number of weapons that Caleb Williams has at his disposal, are you able to target a single wide receiver, a single player for their over, or is it just going to be spread around so much that looking at the unders for some of these players might be the play?
Yeah, I say maybe looking at the unders here, because I still can't make heads or tails of a couple of these position battles. Olamide Zaccheaus might be the MVP of Bears training camp. Yeah, Olamide Zaccheaus, right? Who would have said that before the start of the season? I mean, this guy just showed up every day, scored a touchdown yesterday, just ran a beautiful route. Caleb hit him in stride. They have really developed some good chemistry with OZ. But the problem with that is Luther Burden was showing out there too. They play the same position. They're both slot receivers. So I don't know who's going to get the majority of the reps there. I would say go over for Olamide Zaccheaus, but there is a chance that Luther Burden, who is the Bears' 39th overall pick, you pick a guy that high, you're going to use him. You're not going to sit him on the bench. So there is a chance that Olamide Zaccheaus just doesn't get that many reps. Luther Burden, he's going to be splitting reps with Olamide Zaccheaus. DJ Moore has had a slow camp. I think he's a guy that we've seen do it year in and year out. He's a guy that we know can play, but he's had a really slow camp. Rome Odunze's looked good, had a drop yesterday, but he's a guy that I'd probably go over on, even though he didn't look good in yesterday's game. And I think Cole Kmet and Colson Lovin are going to cannibalize each other. I think they're both going to have solid years, but we're looking at 1,000 yards for the tight end position. I think there might be 500 and 500. Both these guys can play. You saw it yesterday. Cole had a big play down the middle. Colson had a couple big plays. Colson really good at run after catch. Cole's a guy that can line up anywhere as well. So you're going to see these tight ends cannibalize each other, and the receivers, there's so many weapons, it's going to be tough to use. The one guy I would go for right now is going to be DeAndre Swift, because there's really nobody else in that running back room. You got Kyle Monunga, who's a rookie 7th rounder, who's looking like the backup. So DeAndre Swift is going to get a ton of play this year, pass game and run game. That'd be a guy that I look at as far as any totals that he's going to have. I'd go over.
What's the biggest weakness? Simple question. Biggest area for concern on this team?
I'll start with, let's go offensively first. I'll say that what I just said is running back. I think that if DeAndre Swift goes down for some reason, they are in a world of hurt. You got Roshan Johnson, who's banged up right now. Hopefully he can come back soon. Kyle Monunga is actually banged up right now. They say it's not serious, but like I said, rookie 7th round. That's pretty much all they got on this roster. They got undrafted free agent last year coming back from an ACL, Ian Wheeler. Britton Brown is a guy they literally just signed off of free agency. Carry ran the ball hard, but just got some carries. So they are very thin at running back. And for a guy like Ben Johnson, people think he's just this mad scientist, loves to throw the ball. This guy runs the football. So if you don't have a running back, that's going to be hard to do, even though you do got a nice offensive line. And then defensively, I would say it's probably edge rusher. After Montez Sweat, I think Austin Booker has really showed up this preseason. We saw him have a big preseason last year. Can he keep this going this year? Because last year he couldn't. He's only 22. I love what I've seen from Austin Booker. But you got Montez Sweat, Dio Dangbo, who had 4 sacks last year. And then after that, you got Dominic Robinson and Austin Booker, who both left the game early with injuries yesterday. So there's not a lot of depth there. If something happens to Montez Sweat, you are not getting any edge rush, any edge pressure there. And that's something that Dennis Allen's defense really needs, because he loves to run man-to-man. He loves to keep tight coverage. And if you're not pressuring the quarterback, that opens him up for some big plays.
Clay, we have about 2 minutes left here. Right now, the Chicago Bears plus 550 to win this division. That is the longest odds of the division. Week 18, when it's all said and done, where do you see the Bears finishing in the NFC North?
I see him middle of the pack, 2nd or 3rd. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think, obviously, Green Bay, Detroit. I know Detroit lost their coordinators, and you got Johnny Morton and Kelvin Shepard in there now, guys that really haven't had a ton of experience. But you got Jared Goff, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, you got all these defenders back from last year. You were a top 10 offense and defense, so I think they're going to be good as well. J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, if J.J. is just okay, I mean, I don't care how good you can drive a car. If you give a guy a Ferrari, he's going to drive it fast. So J.J. McCarthy has a Ferrari waiting for him. If he can just keep it on the road, they're going to do well. So I wouldn't bet them to win, but I think they're going to make some noise down the stretch, and they'll be a tough out for sure by the end of this thing.
All right, Clay, one more quick one for you. Who's your NFC North winner? Or you can go a different direction. Is there any team that you think is going to surprise this year in the entire NFL?
I think the Vikings are going to surprise this year. I mean, this team's absolutely loaded. You got great defense. Obviously, Brian Flores is back. The whole defense is back. You bring in 2 interior pass rushers to match up with these edge rushers and Jonathan Allen and dang, the name's escaping me. And then
Hargrave.
You got, obviously, on the edge, Hargrave, and you got, to go along with Jonathan Grenard and Daniil Hunter. So this defensive line is just going to come after you this year, along with, obviously, this offense, right? I know you're missing Sam Darnold, but Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison out for a couple games, but he'll be back. TJ Hawkinson. They redid their offensive line, probably just as good as Chicago Bears, even though nobody talked about it. Drafted Donovan Jackson in the 1st round, Will Freeze, Ryan Kelly. They really have a solid offensive line in front of J.J. McCarthy. If he can get there, he's a 2nd-year player. He's not a rookie. I know everybody says he's a rookie. He's not. He got to spend a year in the system. So if he can go out there and play well, I think the Vikings are a team that'll be really tough to beat down the stretch.
Clay, 10 seconds. Do we get the workout in yet today, or is that coming up later this afternoon?
I had a meeting before this, so I'm about to leave and go to the gym right now.
All right, Clay, we appreciate your time. Thanks for all the insight. Enjoy the gym. Enjoy the Bears this upcoming season. We'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
That is Clay Harbor, analyst over at Chicago Sportsnet. Coming up on the other side, still plenty more NFL news to talk. Trey Hendrickson requesting a trade, or Bengals rather getting trade talks in going right now. We'll talk about that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Genty again, bounced it outside, using the power, reaches, touchdown, Genty! His first as a member of the silver and black, and he does it in front of Marcus Allen.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Ashton Genty looked pretty good in preseason game number 2, quieted some of those critics after his performance in that first preseason game. I'm also just scrolling Twitter right now, Sam, and Ashton Genty. Remember that commercial with Dan Campbell, the Applebee's commercial?
Oh, yeah.
Ashton Genty is now in that with him. I haven't watched it with the sound on yet because we were coming back from break, but those endorsements are coming right in for Ashton Genty because people think he's going to have a pretty big year. He was a pretty big deal in college last year. I think it's fair to say that he'll have success this season, whether or not that be offensive rookie of the year type success, Raiders making the playoffs type of success. But Ashton Genty, I think he's going to be a solid running back even in his rookie season.
Some of the locals that I ran into over the last week or so, they're high on the whole Geno Smith experience. And if you ask a Raiders fan what the best part of this year's team is, they're not going to tell you a player. They're going to tell you it's Pete Carroll. Mm-hmm. So the Kool-Aid is being sipped. They love the pedigree. They love the way that Carroll coaches the boys up and all that. We'll see. But the excitement is there. That said, it hasn't been there for the last couple of years. You bring in Pete Carroll, a coach who has a Super Bowl. You bring in Ashton Genty. People are naturally going to get excited. I've never been excited for Geno Smith as my starting quarterback, though. So I think they have to pump the brakes a little bit. Understand also they have to deal with Mahomes, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert. I mean, that division is just so deep and well-rounded, but they are optimistic in Vegas about a Pete Carroll-led squad.
Yeah, Sam, on the Better Angle this weekend on Saturdays, the show that I host, Jared Smith was hosting with me. You can see him around the network at times. Kenny Henderson, who runs the board for us on Saturdays, they were talking the Raiders up like they could win the Super Bowl. Like they were so high on Las Vegas this year. I can't get there. You're right. Geno Smith does not excite me. Pete Carroll, like a great coach, brings a lot to the table as a head coach, just in terms of the way he coaches, his personality. I think that's going to be better than what the Raiders have had the last couple seasons at head coach, but offensive line, still a lot of concerns. And to your point, they play in a very tough division. So I think it's going to be hard for them to win the division by any means. They are 17-1 to win this division. The next closest team, the Chargers, plus 310. Yeah, that's a big gap between plus 310 and 17-1. Sam, if we look at the other West division, the NFC West, there is plenty of concern with the Los Angeles Rams right now. Matthew Stafford has not practiced yet. He's got some back injury that he's been nursing. Every time I look up, I see a report that says Matthew Stafford will look to throw tomorrow. He'll look to be back in the practice field tomorrow. And tomorrow comes around and Matthew Stafford is nowhere to be found in pads or in on the field. Sean McVay, head coach over there, is supposed to be addressing the media today. I don't think this is going to be good news coming out of LA. I don't think Stafford's going to be ready to go. And I think the Rams, who have the second shortest odds to win that division behind the 49ers, could be in some serious trouble come week 1.
And I think the natural look there would be to the teams down the board, but I'm just looking up. And I think this is going to be just a dominant year for San Francisco if Matthew Stafford can't get on the field. You know, some people would say, oh, look at the Cardinals price. Look at the Seahawks price. No, I'm good. I just take San Francisco. And if Matthew Stafford were to get ruled out, let's say a story comes out today, if, that he's going to miss a month or he's not going to be ready until October, whatever the vernacular is. What do you think that plus 165 is? I already like the Niners, assuming Stafford was going to play. So it's hard for me to make a true price on what it should be. But like the Eagles, for example, are minus 150 to win the NFC East. That would feel pretty fair, or at least a good place to start if Stafford's going to miss time. But we saw the story yesterday. I saw it on X at least. Gary Klein from the LA Times, he asked to confirm whether Stafford worked out or not. A Rams official declined to comment. Never good. And then said Coach McVay will address the situation on Monday. They've been addressing the situation for weeks. All that matters is getting the guy on the field, that he's not there. So I think this could be a disaster. And I think it's very unfair to Matthew Stafford, because you have these people that like Stafford and want to see Stafford do well. They all say the same thing. Well, Brady would be there, or Manning would be there, Rodgers would be there. That doesn't mean that Stafford will be. I mean, a back issue at age 37 in the NFL, not going to get any better anytime soon. So they can do all these procedural things. They can do all the treatment. But 2 weeks ago, we're talking about, let's get him on the field, get him throwing. 2 weeks later, he's not on the field and he's not throwing. So this is the biggest story to me in the entire NFC.
I also heard a report that Stafford has a secret throwing session this weekend. I'm not sure I buy that. And the report over at Sports Illustrated goes on to say, regardless of what results say, it seems that Stafford will be dealing with back discomfort for the foreseeable future. That does not give me a significant hope that even if he is back on the field, that he's going to be 100%, that he's going to be the normal Matthew Stafford, especially at the age that he's at. Like, this could be some serious issues for LA. And I'm with you. I'm on the 49ers to win this division. I think just with the health that they will have back in terms of CMC being back. I know some of the receivers, Brandon Ayuk will be out until about week 6. Juwan Jennings is dealing with some stuff right now. But overall, they're healthy compared to last season. They also have the easiest schedule in the league. This is a team that, with the easiest schedule, they can plow through it and stack up wins here. So I'm on the 49ers with you. Reports have also said, Sam, that CMC is looking as strong as he ever has. Do you believe stuff like that? Or is that just kind of the writers in the area kind of hyping up what he potentially could be? But like, we really don't know quite yet how healthy he is.
I expect him to be healthy. I think oftentimes tweets like that's a tweet, right? That you're referring to?
Yeah. Strong as ever at camp. Yeah.
Trying to get maybe a little more extra clicky, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
There's a hyperbolic statement. Retweet, like, react, engage. I think there's a lot of that. And it's all objective anyways. I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I'd like to see it before I believe it. But no, we've talked about it on this show about betting McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year, because it's very funny how things work in the NFL. A guy wins the award 2 years ago, and going into last summer, he's 6-1. He only plays 4 games, and now he's 22-1, 25-1. So people forget that 2 years ago, he was one of the most complete players in the league. But injury creates caution, and injury creates, I guess, a lack of desire to bet a certain player in a certain market. I think McCaffrey's a great bet in that market, especially because you have so many question marks at receiver. So they're going to use him every which way, and Kyle Shanahan has always leaned on his best players. So that's a market that I think is very ripe. Anything 20-1 or higher on McCaffrey, I think, is a good bet. As you were talking about Stafford, too, I was looking at a lot of these markets for individual passing yards and season markets and all that. Everybody's taken the Stafford number down. Like, I don't see any more passing yard markers on Matthew Stafford. I think books started to get just slammed with under money, and they decided, let's just take this down, because we're not writing any over bets. He's not practicing. He's not throwing. What does that do? When you see it on the ticker on the TV, I'll bet his under. So when you're writing nothing but under bets on a 37-year-old quarterback with a back issue, you got to take that thing off the board. So I'm looking at 3 different places right now. I don't see a single over-under on Matthew Stafford for passing yards. The books now, Kate, are starting to worry the way that we've worried for weeks.
Sam, I don't even see win totals, at least not on BetMGM for the Rams. They have like exact wins, exactly 7 wins, exactly 8 wins. But in terms of an over-under on a win total, those are off the board too. Rams to make the playoffs, that is still a market that's up. -160, yes. No, +135. If Matthew Stafford is not on the field this year, I don't trust Stetson Bennett. I don't trust Jimmy Garoppolo to lead this team to the playoffs. Even, as good as Sean McVay is, as good as their defense I think is going to be this year, if you don't have Matthew Stafford on the field, this is a Rams team that I was high on going into the season, assuming Stafford was playing. Without him, I don't think there's any reason to bet positive things on the Rams this year.
He's one of 3 quarterbacks that has won a Super Bowl since Brady retired.
Wow.
That's it. It's a very short list. Mahomes, Hurts, Stafford. That's it. So you cannot diminish the impact of a guy like that with a coach like that. They have been symbiotic since the Rams and Lions made that trade. Goff for Stafford. It's a huge deal if he's not out there. I know we've talked about this a couple times during this, not off season because we are in the preseason, but if it's not the regular season, to me, it's still the off season.
Fair.
Semantics. Have we talked enough about what in the world the Bengals are doing? I don't understand. You have a Hall of Fame level quarterback and you've taken care of both of his best weapons, essentially. But they were bad last year because of their defense. So their game plan is, here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to trade offers for our best defensive player. It shouldn't be this easy to be that dumb. But then again, it is the Cincinnati Bengals who have been very good, 3 times since I've been alive. I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. But how is this happening where you want to pay all your offensive guys but not take care of your best defensive guy? It makes no sense to me. Maybe it should, though, because it is the Bengals.
It's mind-boggling. Without Trey Hendrickson on the field, the Bengals defense is dead last in pressure rate, completion rate allowed, success rate allowed, passer rating allowed. With him in, they're top 12. If you have a top 12 defense paired with the offense that Cincinnati has with Joe Burrow, I think you're a Super Bowl caliber team. If you're bottom, dead last in a lot of those defensive categories, good luck. I'm not betting on you to win the Super Bowl at all. The Bengals defense gave up 34 more points 6 times last season. That's not going to win you too many games. And I don't think at this point of the year, with the regular season right around the corner, everyone's kind of got the roster set. The only team that I think could potentially look to trade for Trey Hendrickson is a team that's playoff ready and is ready to swing for the fences to ensure that they have a Super Bowl this year. What Cincy wants back for Hendrickson is a young player, draft picks. He's also going to be extremely expensive to then pay. Wants a TJ Watt type deal, which I think he's deserving of. 17.5 sacks the last 2 seasons, but you're looking at $41 million. Does any team have the capital to do that and the capital to want to give away a couple young players along with future draft picks at this point of the season? Salary cap wise, I don't think too many teams have that luxury to be able to add a player like Hendrickson that's going to cost you as much towards the cap as he will.
It is such a mess there. And you look at what they did last year, they actually lost 4 games where they scored 30 points.
Which is crazy.
You know how hard it is? You know how hard it is to score 30 points in the NFL and lose? Forget 1 time. 4 times. They score 38 points and lose. They score 38 points and lose. 34 and lose. 33 and lose. That's almost mathematically impossible. How do you score 38 twice last year and lose both games? Make it make sense, Kate.
I can't, because it doesn't make sense at all. So, Sam, if you're looking to bet the Bengals at all, I guess, are you in any market? Or is this just a team that's totally stay away as long as Hendrickson is not on the field?
I think you're going to look at a team that's probably going to get bet most weeks over the total.
Yeah.
I'm not really answering your question big picture because I want to see these numbers and see how they change. But that total week number 1 is 44.5 at BetMGM. If the Bengals are who they're showing us they are, they're going to score 28 and give up 24, maybe 31. I mean, I don't know how I could bet the under week 1. I just don't. I mean, the offense is going to score and they're going to give up points. Maybe I'm just missing it, or maybe it is that easy. 44.5 over.
Bengals preseason game number 2 tonight. Zach Taylor has said that Joe Burrow and company will play even a little bit more than they did in that week 1 game. So we'll wait and see how they look tonight. Recap that game for you all tomorrow. Coming up on the other side, today's MLB card. Zach Wheeler, some news coming out of the Phillies' impact on the Cy Young race. We'll talk about that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
First pitch is by third. Reds win.
The Brewers' 14-game winning streak comes to a close.
Austin Hayes, a walk-off RBI single. They'll have to score it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
The Brewers finally lose a game, 14 straight. They dropped one yesterday to the Reds, not able to, well, I guess they did come back top of the ninth, but Reds in the bottom of the ninth get the win there. Brewers still a team that is very much atop of the league, best record, atop of their division, and looking to make some noise in the postseason. Sam, a team that was likely going to make some noise in the postseason, the Phillies, but all of a sudden they've got some terrible news over the weekend. Zach Wheeler, their ace, a blood clot in his right arm. He's been diagnosed with a right upper extremity blood clot. Not something that you want to see happen to anyone. Terrible news there. He's on the 15-day IL. Something tells me it might be a little bit more than 15 days with something as serious as a blood clot. And all of a sudden, that Phillies rotation is getting a little bit more thin, to the point where it could be very concerning heading into the postseason if Wheeler's not able to come back whatsoever.
Oh, it's not good, no doubt. And you look at that market, because we are a betting show. Zach Wheeler, BetMGM has 35-1 to win the Cy Young. This is how you win this award. You dominate in August and September. And the number tells me he's not going to be out there. So if the market doesn't believe it, why should I? And you obviously hope that he can be okay from this, because it is a very serious issue. That's where I should have started, not with the price, but you know how I am. His teammate, Christopher Sanchez, though, 3-1, BetMGM. And Paul Skeens out to like -400, -450, depending on where you shop. So Jake has Sanchez at 50-1, and he is trying to keep his composure right now. I can't even see Jake, but I can feel Jake.
Jake, turn on your camera.
I can throw my Jedi senses out there, or my Spidey senses. I know you're trying to play cool, Jake, but 3-1 on Sanchez.
It's great. And of course, like Zach Wheeler, I hope he's fine. I hope everything is good with him personally, health-wise, of course. But also, like, yeah, we're in it. We're there. Like, you have the second favorite. The problem is Paul Skeens is still -400. And yeah, he wasn't great in his last start. We need him to stumble again. I mean, the Pirates coming up have the Blue Jays, then the Rockies, the Cardinals, but then they get the Red Sox and the Dodgers. So there's a potential here for Skeens to maybe lose some more ground. I'm not counting any kind of money or anything yet, but we're in it. It's August 18th, and you still have a month and a half left. Handful of starts for each of these guys. Skeens has started to slip up a little bit. Seems like he's kind of vulnerable. Sanchez is the next obvious guy, maybe the only other obvious guy that is really in contention. We'll see how it goes. Sanchez starts tomorrow against the Mariners, because, of course, the team of destiny, apparently. Got guys in the minors throwing bats at other pitchers. It's wild, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Ask me again how I feel in 48 hours, and then we'll go from there.
I will.
All right.
I also think, Kate, we should ask Paul about this, too, because Paul is a Phillies fan who never expects anything to go his way. So the Wheeler stuff, Paul, I don't want to say you called it, but you knew something was coming along the road that was going to be a problem.
They were never winning the World Series with this lineup because they have two professional hitters. They have Kyle Schwarber and they have Bryce Harper, and everyone else is a man-child. Oh, Alec Boehm's back. Yeah, cool. You know what? He's going to swing it at 2-0 pitch in the dirt in a crucial leverage spot in the playoffs. Brandon Marsh, no thanks. Like, Trey Turner was supposed to be the guy to kind of solidify the top. Like, again, once you get past Schwarber and Harper into the bottom of the lineup and the Castellanos of the world, who is the worst defender, this lineup's not getting through the playoffs. You take out Wheeler. By the way, Aaron Nola, you want him in a big spot, he's going to give up 6 earned in like a leverage spot in the playoffs. Like, it's just, look, Christopher Sanchez, Cy Young, let's get there. Other than that, like, I have no illusions about this team winning a World Series. Like, there were some people over the weekend, the Phillies are the best team in the NL. Maybe that's true. Obviously the Wheeler hit, maybe before the Wheeler hit. Now that's a big blow for sure. But if they don't have the pitching, they got no shot, because that lineup's just not gonna. When it comes down to working counts in playoff spots and playoff games and scratching across runs, it's just not gonna happen. We've seen it. We've seen the movie a million times before over the last couple seasons. They'll be hot for a series and they'll crap out and not be able to get it done in one of those 3 series, LDS, LCS, or if they somehow get to the World Series, they won't get it done there. Happy Monday.
Jake, yeah, that's an optimistic Monday for you. Maybe that should have been your case of the Mondays, Paul, is that the Phillies, everything's kind of going down the drain. Jake, you said we'll talk about it 48 hours after Sanchez pitches, but let's just get a confidence meter going into his next start, and then we'll recap after it.
I mean, I'm confident that he can have a good start against the Mariners. I know everybody's in love with this team, and they've been winning a bunch of games, but they're super beatable. I mean, Eugenio Suarez is hitting about 100 since he got to Seattle. Josh Naylor's stealing bases, apparently, even though he's a fat slob. So, I don't know. I think he can have a good start. Skeens starts against the Blue Jays tonight. We know they've been playing well. They're at the top of the AL East. I mean, there's a real chance that we're looking at Skeens minus 200 and Sanchez, plus 150 on Wednesday morning. That could happen, but it could just as easily be Skeens goes out there tonight, throws 7 innings, shutout, 10 Ks, and it's just, okay, nothing matters. He's just going to keep doing this. He's already ahead. He already has the runway is the problem.
I don't know if this is good or bad, but just kind of, again, without gaming it out 5 games at a time, but just ballparking Sanchez starts. So Mariners, Mets, Brewers, possibly, maybe against like a Peralta type. Mets again, maybe Dodgers. And then maybe a layup towards the end with like Marlins or Twins, but like he'll have some potential big moments. Now they could go the wrong way for him for sure. Those are like tougher matchups, but some opportunities to do some things.
Yeah, I mean, if he shuts down a couple of those teams.
As long as you don't face the White Sox, I think he'll be fine. I mean, that's the only team that's really given him an issue.
When that blew it up.
Month. Market, by the way, today is betting against Skeens. So they opened Pittsburgh $1.20, and I see Pinnacle has the Jays minus 106 now. Now, is it the biggest move in the world? No. But I assure you, when the average bear logs into his or her account and sees Paul Skeens at home minus 110, that's the move, Kate. Skeens is only minus 1. Now the other team's favorite. Now I can get Skeens at minus 105. That line stinks to all hell today. And I'll probably be on the Jays because I think they're baiting you. It's when you put the pie above the bed sheet and then the bed sheet comes out and there's a hole and now you're in the hole. I feel like that's what's happening today with Pittsburgh.
I do not know that analogy. Pie in the bed sheet. Never heard that one before.
It's like there's a pie over. There's a pie over. It's like how you trap a cartoon bear. You put the pie and then they go for the pie and then fall into the hole.
Okay.
Come on, Kate.
I'm tracking now. Yes. I think,
like Jason Biggs making an appearance? Like, I don't know. I was kind of lost.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that didn't follow that. But I get what you're saying, Sam. I get what you're saying. To the average casual baseball fan, yes, seeing Skeens as a minus 110, they're thinking they're getting a great deal. I will not sit here and pretend that I am a great baseball bettor or more than just an average casual baseball fan myself. But I think if you have Skeens at minus 105, minus 110, that's more of a red flag than anything. If they had him priced at minus 160, I almost think that more people would be on Skeens because they're like, okay, he's the heavy favorite. Sure, I will lay a little bit heavier price for that. having a shorter price on Skeens, I know that the Blue Jays are good, but like that concerns me more so, which basically essentially is the point you just made. Bed sheet Bears aside.
Now that I think about it, maybe pie and bed sheet was not the way to shape that. But it's like when you're trying to catch. Look, hey.
I was thinking, is
it's
this
day
like the
one
corners
back
of
from
the
Vegas.
sheets that when they come off and somehow you're eating pie while you're doing it? It was.
To be fair, let's play devil's advocate for a second. If Andrew's listening now, our boss, I'm sure he was thinking I was going to say something much worse my first day back from Vegas. So I don't think this is all that bad. Also, can I ask anybody? Is anybody interested today to lay 200 with Spencer Strider at home? Any interest there, Jake?
Ha! Imagine.
Minus 200? No, never.
But it's Spencer Strider, Sam. What do you mean?
No,
Out of my
I might have
face.
to take the White Sox too.
White Sox
I haven't bet a
moon.
baseball game in a week, and now here I am firing against Skeens and Strider. Welcome back.
Brewers Cubs. That's a big series. Play 5 games with a doubleheader today over the next couple of days. I always, and this is more like NBA, whenever a team ends an extremely long win streak and they lose a game, I also like to fade them the next game because the air is kind of let out of the sail. They take a breath and like oftentimes they'll lose 2-3 in a row. Is that the same case that you guys have found in baseball, or is this just a completely different? Well, it is a completely different ball game, but not necessarily the same because you have a different pitcher going. You're facing a new team, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, I think I understand it. I'm just looking at the market here, betting against the Cubs. So that's a doubleheader today too, boys and girls. Pay attention. That's a 2:20 first pitch, East Coast for Horton and Peralta. Then you get the night game where we don't even know who the starters are right now. But the market is betting against the Cubs. And I feel like that's sort of, again, I wasn't here last week. I feel like that's kind of been the case, guys, for the last 14 days. Bet against Cubs, especially when favored. We're seeing it again today at 1:20 Central.
I was considering betting the
Joe,
Brewers today.
were you? First
At
game
least
or
in the
second
early
game?
game.
Peralta's going first game. We don't know who's going second
This
game.
Cade Horton run of magic has to end at some point, in my opinion. It might be today.
I mean, the Cubs offense has not been good at all. So maybe a smart play, Jake. We'll get your official bets in Lightning Bets. Coming up on the other side, though, we talked to Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy, get some of his favorite NFL plays for the upcoming season. That's next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Constable and Sam Panayotovich here with you on Bet Sweats. As we enter the final hour of the show, we're going to bring in Eric Schatz of FTN Fantasy here in just seconds. But Sam, we need to circle back and we'll discuss this deeper as the show goes on. We talked about the bed sheet, the pie in the bed sheet theory a little bit more in the break. I now understand what you're talking about. And Simpsons has a great example. We will throw that out. We'll dive into it deeper. I respect your analogy. That'll be coming up, maybe in lightning bets as we get on deeper into the show. But we do need to turn our attention now to Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy, creator of DVOA. Aaron, appreciate you taking the time to jump on and join us today. Just a very broad question to start out here. Who are some of the teams that maybe are flying a little bit under the radar that you think are going to have great seasons this year?
I don't know about great seasons, but better than expectations. I like the Arizona Cardinals because they were 13th in our DVOA numbers last year, despite having a losing record. We like the defensive personnel that they've added this offseason, like Josh Sweat and Calais Campbell. I'm very high, believe it or not, on the Washington Commanders. You would think that I would be expecting regression after such an improvement last year. But we like bringing in Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel, and we like Jaden Daniels to stay good. And then the other team, I would say Jacksonville. We have Jacksonville higher than most people do.
I was reading a story a couple weeks ago about how Washington uses virtual reality with Jaden Daniels. And then, of course, a couple weeks ago, the Commanders are out here in Boston to take on the Patriots. And I texted a couple guys that were at the practice, and they say not only are they using virtual reality, but they do it at super speed. So he's able to process so much more. And you would think, all right, let's give him reps. Let's get him out there in the preseason. Aaron, they feel like in DC, if they just put him on the video game system and the virtual reality, they can throw more at him on the computer than they can in real life. What do you make of that?
That's an interesting idea. I think that AI and virtual reality is a great way to teach quarterbacks because you do get more reps without any kind of risk of injury. I mean, you still want to get reps. Look, if you don't get them in a game, you get them in a joint practice, right? I was at the joint practice between the Commanders and the Patriots, and Jaden Daniels was out there plenty. But no, it is a really interesting idea, and perhaps it is one of the reasons why he had such a good rookie season.
Do you think that the Commanders, I know you said maybe not great, but still better than expectations. Like, are they a team that can win that division? I've heard the stat thrown around for the last couple of weeks that the NFC East has not had a repeat winner in 21 years, which would mean if that continues, the Eagles don't win this year. Do the Commanders have a legit shot at that division?
Absolutely. The Commanders have a legit shot at that division. The Eagles, your defense was so good last year, you really can't expect it to be that good 2 years in a row. And the other thing I'm going to point out is the difference in schedule. The Eagles play the Bills, the Rams, and the Buccaneers, where the Washington Commanders play the Dolphins, the Seahawks, and the Falcons. That is a significant difference.
No doubt. One of those teams you just mentioned, the LA Rams, how does one quantify the importance of Matthew Stafford? Now, if you ask a bookmaker, he'll tell you that Stafford's worth maybe 4.5, 5 points to the backup. But that, I don't know, man, that still feels kind of light. I can't imagine getting excited to bet that team if Matthew Stafford isn't healthy.
Oh, I'm with you completely. Stetson Bennett, no, that's not going to be a thing. I mean, if I tell you how much it would change our projections, you would feel like it's too low. And that's because our projections tend to be conservative and they pack around 8.5 because you never know what's going to happen. Injuries are going to hit and crazy things will happen to different teams. But the fact is, I can't think of a move from a starter to a backup that's a bigger drop off in the NFC than to go from Matthew Stafford to Stetson Bennett.
Where do you guys have the Rams defense ranking? Like, if Stafford is able to go, I've heard a lot of people very high on this Rams defense, even though it's fairly young. Are your guys' projections kind of along those lines?
No, we're expecting regression from the Rams defense. I know there are a lot of good young guys on the front, but the secondary has a lot of questions, and the linebackers, the Rams never pay for linebackers. It's just not something they do. So we do foresee some regression from the Rams defense, despite, Verse is really, great player, and Fisk and Kobe Turner, but we definitely see some regression there.
And if they're on the field for 40 minutes a game, Aaron, I mean,
a little bit of a
Stafford's
problem as
out
well,
there,
isn't it?
you have the ball a lot more, and you're maintaining that lead, and you're running the TOP, and if you're behind, it's you're going to be on the field a lot more. I'm glad that we have you on here because I want you to settle an argument for me. I have a side bet with a guy who's a big anti-Vikings guy this year. And he tells me already that J.J. McCarthy's a bust. And that's obviously a little ridiculous because he hasn't played a game yet. But he says that he won't be ready for the high-level, high-octane offense that Kevin O'Connell wants to run. What do you project for McCarthy, a kid who's already been in the building for a whole calendar year?
He's been in the building, but I think you have to project him as a rookie because we've never seen him. And the fact is that rookies are, in general, bad. I mean, yes, he's got a good offense around him. On the other hand, no Jordan Addison for the first 3 weeks. But in general, you have to project rookies to be bad. He could be good. He could be very good. He also could be very bad. Like, you just don't know. I think that the teams with the biggest swing and range of possibilities are the teams with the youngest quarterbacks because you just don't know what you're going to get out of those guys.
We're talking with Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy. Aaron, another team that's had their defense really hyped up, getting a ton of love this offseason, but also has a fairly young, inexperienced quarterback, a second year in Bo Nix, the Denver Broncos. How warranted is all that love for the Broncos defense?
We do like the Broncos defense this year. The Broncos defense was not that dependent on takeaways. And takeaways tend to regress more than just preventing first downs and touchdowns. They were more about preventing first downs and touchdowns. So we like the Denver defense. I think they're like second or third in our projections for defense. And we like their offense to stay average. I think what Peyton did with Bo Nix was very impressive last year, even though there's questions about the receiving core. So I like the Broncos this year.
Who's the worst team in the NFL?
Believe it or not, our projections come out with Carolina as the worst team in the NFL because Bryce Young's improvement last year, you can't necessarily believe that it will carry over to the following year. I know this is counterintuitive, but players who improve significantly in the second half of the year, there's no indication that that is good for projecting the following year. You have to use a whole year in order to project the following year. And their defense is terrible, but they have hope because maybe Bryce Young will improve the way he did last year. The Saints, on the other hand, have no hope, right? So they're like, our projections might have them slightly ahead of the Panthers, whatever, but there's no hope there. Whereas with the Panthers, there's, I think, hope that we're wrong.
Is there any hope for the Miami Dolphins, Aaron? I have no hope for them. Some other people feel differently. Their win total is 7.5, which tells you that they could win some games this year, but it feels like everything's kind of going down the drain in Miami right now.
Statistically, our projections really like that over 7.5, because the fact is that the offenses from the Mike McDaniel, McVay, Shanahan school, those offenses are just better. They're just better than the other offenses in the NFL. But wow, the vibes are bad. Like that's one where I would go against the numbers and not put a bet down because I don't think I would go under, but I wouldn't go with the over because the vibes are really bad. The secondary, the questions about who's going to play cornerback for that team, if they can get all their pass rushers healthy, which I'm not even sure they can, what kind of defense are they going to have if they can't get all their pass rushers healthy? And then the vibes on the offense around McDaniel, he just feels like he just looks doomed, man. It's just not good.
I did not have you saying vibes 3 times on this segment. I just want you to know that so that I would have lost that bet.
Yeah, I'm honest about what the numbers say. The numbers say to go over on Miami. I just wouldn't do it.
I know. I hear what you're saying. I'm curious because we cannot quantify vibes. But what have you learned over the last handful of years that maybe is tougher to quantify than you once thought?
Oh, chemistry between the players and the coaches is harder to quantify. I mean, I'll give you another example, which is we have Pittsburgh regressing this year. But there's no question that Mike Tomlin is the best coach in the NFL when it comes to locker room management. And he gets the most out of his players, and they very much may win more games than we're projecting because of Tomlin's ability to coach them up. So, that kind of stuff. It's not that stuff doesn't exist. What I often say is intangibles are called intangibles because they are intangible. You can't measure them. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. So people like me who do stats, we do our best to measure the things that are measurable, and then we kind of just shake our heads at the things that are unmeasurable and go, well, can't measure them.
Aaron Schatz with us here on Bet Sweats. Aaron, I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong, it's hard to measure, even though the coach-quarterback tandem feels better in Chicago right now with Ben Johnson compared to Matt Eberflus. But with Ben Johnson being a first-year head coach, are you able to quantify that at all, or is that considered kind of an intangible because you don't know what he's like as a head coach?
Right, we don't know. First of all, we think that Ben Johnson is a great play caller and designer of offenses, but we've never seen him do it for a team other than the Detroit Lions, right? So you don't have a large sample size. We don't know at all what he's like as a head coach because there's a lot of CEO parts of the job of being a head coach. We have no clue whether Ben Johnson is good at those things or whether Aaron Glenn is good at those things or Kellen Moore or any of the first-time head coaches, Liam Cohen, etc. So we don't know. I do think we can project the Bears to have a better offense this year. We don't like their defense. Jalen Johnson's injury is pretty worrying because he's clearly their best cornerback. They have good special teams, but overall, it's a good package with a hard schedule.
I think there's a huge narrative, too, that Detroit is going to take this step back without Ben Johnson. And that could be true, but that's a narrative. We had a guest on a couple weeks ago who looked at the other side of the equation and said, well, what if John Morton just streamlines Jahmyr Gibbs and gives him the ball 500 times this year? Maybe the offense is actually more efficient, and maybe Jahmyr Gibbs has one of these, Chris Johnson, Priest Holmes type seasons where they just give him the ball and get the hell out of the way.
All other things being equal, you have to expect that teams with new coordinators will take a small step back, both sides of the ball. So that is a problem for the Lions. But all other things aren't equal. The Lions were great last year, and they were so injured on defense, you have to expect their defense to be better because it's very unlikely that they will have that many injuries. So I really like the Lions this year. They're actually my Super Bowl pick to come out of the NFC, despite the new coordinators. But I don't think it's likely that the offense will get better with Morton. I think what's likely is that the defense will get better because it will be healthier.
Aaron, about a minute and a half left. How drastically will your projections change for the Cincinnati Bengals if Trey Hendrickson is on the field for them this year?
It's not that drastic because one player on defense doesn't have a huge impact. Now, there aren't that many defensive players that would have a bigger impact than Trey Hendrickson, but it's not like a quarterback. Like if you think of the Browns, for example, Myles Garrett is the best defensive player in the game, and yet they had a below-average defense last year. So offense still is easier to predict than defense. So the projections for the Bengals, they'll get worse if they trade Hendrickson, but not that much worse.
You gave us one half of the Super Bowl, Detroit Lions. Who do the Lions take on?
I'm trying to not be wish fulfillment here because I would like to see these fan bases meet, but the Buffalo Bills are my AFC pick because they have an easier schedule than the Ravens. Even though my numbers like the Ravens to be a slightly better team, the Bills have the easier schedule and they have the home field when those two teams play in week 1. So I like Bills and Lions as my Super Bowl pick.
Are you a Hard Knocks guy? Have you been watching the Buffalo Bills?
I don't really, I watch it because I kind of have to for my job. I feel like we don't learn anything from Hard Knocks anymore other than whether KJ Hamler can ride a scooter.
Hey, that's good information for us to know, right? We can do a lot with that.
Yeah, there's good scooter props.
Aaron, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Best of luck this NFL season. I'm sure we'll be talking to you very soon down the road.
If you want to hear more about my projections for this year, you need to check out the FTN Football Almanac 2025. We sell it at ftnfantasy.com/almanac. You can read the San Francisco chapter for free and get an idea of what our season preview looks like.
Love it. Everyone head over there, get all Aaron's projections, and you'll have yourself a great NFL season. Aaron, thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy. Coming up on the other side, we've got some other NFL news to discuss. We also have some MLB news with some possible realignment. Scotty Scheffler won the BMW championship over the weekend. More Bet Sweats on the other side with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Look at Scheffler. Can you believe what you just saw? Bobby Mack can't. He has done that or similar. And you just shake your head at what you're watching right now during this era.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Scotty Scheffler's doing in golf right now pretty impressive. Yeah, you do just kind of have to shake your head because it seems just wild that week in and week out, he's as good as he is. Robert McIntyre had a 4-shot lead heading into the final round at the BMW Championship on Sunday, and it was gone by the time he was off the course that day. Scotty Scheffler erases that deficit and has an 81-foot chip-in on the par 3 17, Sam. That shot was absolutely absurd.
It's almost an impossible shot to make. I mean, nobody should be able to do that and make it look so simple. And I love that the broadcaster just kind of let it breathe, and then it started to get close and then got really excited. Just let the ball tell the story. That's what you want. At least that's what I want. So he is the first player since Tiger Woods in 06-07 to record 5 or more wins in back-to-back seasons. And I think the further away we get from the tweet this year that Phil Mickelson sent out about Scotty, the funnier it is. Remember Phil's tweet about Scotty's not going to do this and not going to do that? And wrong. He's probably the best player in his sport. I mean, I'm trying to think who's better than Scotty Scheffler is at golf right now. I could throw a couple names out there. I could throw out Mahomes in football, but Mahomes isn't that much better than Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow. I could throw out, I guess Ohtani would be an easy one in baseball, but is Ohtani that much better than Aaron Judge? Maybe he is. In basketball, there's several guys I could throw out there, but the second best guy isn't even close. And I think this is an easy way to quantify it. I'm saying quantify because we had Aaron Schatz on, and now I just can't stop saying quantify or vibes for that matter. So Jason Sobel does a great job covering golf. The official world golf ranking. Number 1, Scotty Scheffler at 21.2. The number 2 player is Rory McIlroy at 11.2. So Scotty is 10 points better than the number 2 golfer. If you didn't think that was crazy, how about this? The gap between Scotty and Rory, number 1 and number 2, is the same gap between number 2 Rory and 115 Taylor Moore. If that doesn't blow your mind, nothing will. It's almost an equidistant gap between number 1 and number 2 and number 2 and 115 in the world. That's absurd.
Yeah, talk about other sports. The gap between Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, not that big. The gap between Nikola Jokic and SGA, not that big. That's what makes Scotty Scheffler so dominant, is his comparison to other players. That's wild. I didn't understand, or I didn't know that the gap between Rory and the next closest guy at 100, what did you say, 150?
Yeah, so 115. I want to just
15.
reread it because it is a little confusing. I'm reading it and it still is confusing. So the OWGR, the official world golf ranking, puts a number on everybody. Mm-hmm. And Scotty's number is 21.2. So he's number 1 in the world. Rory, who's number 2, is 11.2. So that's a 10-point gap between Scotty and Rory. The gap between Rory and the 115th golfer is 10 points.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that is about as absurd as it gets. Just how dominant he is and how far everybody else is off the scent.
I would have to imagine the gap, like back in Tiger Woods' playing days, that gap wasn't quite as large as it is with Scotty, just because you did have a couple more bigger names of like Phil being in there in the mix. I'm sure you don't have those numbers in front of you right now, Sam. Right?
I do not have the OWGR rankings from 1999. No, I mean you had like VJ Singh, Ernie Els, but you're right. Like we've never seen a gap like this between number 2 and number 115, but it's exacerbated by the number 1 guy being 10 points better than number 2.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And we're getting to a point now, I didn't look at this market yet, but I'm going to pull it up now. So like to win the Masters next year, Scotty is plus 350 on that course. On that course, that's ridiculous. Now we're going to see him shorter at a couple other majors. So let's see, like the U.S. Open. Scotty, all right, 4-1, and then the PGA plus 4-1 again. So I don't know though. But those tournaments are so far away, and we haven't even written a lot of handle on those yet. I do think you're going to see some golf tournaments next year where Scotty's minus money to win.
And
yeah,
the Tour Championship next tournament up for Scotty Scheffler. Guess who won it last year? Sam? Scotty Scheffler.
I'm going to guess it was Scotty Scheffler. Yes, there we go.
Certainly was. Yeah. 12 wins in the last 2 seasons for Scheffler. That's pretty unheard of for anyone to be that dominant in any sport across the board right now. They're going over to Major League Baseball, where you did talk about Shohei Ohtani, Sam, being arguably the most dominant in that sport right now. There's going to be a little potential changes to Major League Baseball. Commissioner Fred Manfred talked about those yesterday. Let's hear what he had to say on some geographical realignment.
And it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be 2 West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
That is Rob Manfred on those comments on realignment, not Fred Manfred, getting everything all twisted this morning, Sam. What do you think about that? Moving towards like an East-West versus an American League, National League type of thing.
Yeah, so you're telling me if the Yankees and Mets were going to be in the same division and we would never get that Subway Series again like we had in 2000? I don't know why they just keep trying to change things that have worked forever. They're really bringing up travel as an issue. These guys fly on private planes. It's fine. They're just
unless you're
fine.
The White Sox, whose plane is apparently from like the 1970s. But I'm sure, like the Dodgers plane, they may well have beds in those things for these players. I'm not too concerned about the travel conditions.
No, so we're gonna blow it all up because of a couple issues with scheduling and all that. And he wants to do all kinds of things. So it's not just the realignment. He wants to change this and change that. And I don't know if it was in that clip, but shorten the schedule, which is going to affect single season records and all that. So I don't know. He's always been a guy who has tried to change things and maybe change things that shouldn't be changed. What's the point? We did this. Didn't we do this during the COVID season where we kept teams geographically, like similar, like teams were only playing in certain time zones? I remember the White Sox only played certain teams, and then, the Yankees only played certain teams. And we did that because of COVID and because of all that. Does anybody else want this? I don't understand. Like, does the traditional baseball fan want this? No. Does the new baseball fan want this? I can't imagine some 22-year-old is clamoring for geographic realignment. I don't know who he's appeasing here.
Well, Sam, maybe we should ask some 27-year-old, close enough to 22, 27-year-old Jake Hassan. Is this something that really entices you?
Soon to be 28, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know. Like Sam said, I don't think anybody's really clamoring for this. To me, I think this is keys jangling in front of your face like you're a child, because they want you to look one way and not talk about the impending lockout that's coming in 2 days, where all the players are saying, hey, we hate you and we hate the owners, and you need to give us more money and give us more of what we're asking for in the next CBA. And instead, Rob Manfred's getting up there in the booth and saying, ooh, look over here. Don't think about that. How about we change everything instead? I think it's just a distraction. Will it actually happen? Who knows? Honestly, who cares too? If they're going to do it, they're going to do it regardless. And the owners, if he can sell them on that this will be more profitable for them, they'll approve it. But I think it's totally just him trying to distract everybody from the lockout that's going to happen in 2 years. And that was talking
Fair.
baseball.
Yeah. They're
so dumb.
The one thing he noted, rivalries are going to change because of it. I don't really you're still going to play every team. Right? Or am I totally off on that? If you change the dynamic of American League, National League to East-West type of thing. I mean, the NBA is that format and you still play every team all year. I don't necessarily think maybe postseason rivalries, but during the regular season, you're still going to have those same things.
I mean, and if you're still doing geographic, you're still going to have the Padres and Dodgers playing each other. They're still going to hate each other. I don't know. I don't think there's any real merit. I mean, we've been hearing about expansion teams forever. That's probably what this ends up being. Maybe a relocation of another team or two. Like the A's are already going to Vegas famously. But I think still this is just him trying to keep everybody distracted from what's actually happening.
Dumb question. I was gone
Sam.
for 5 shows. Yes, please pick me. I was gone for 5 shows. I come back this morning and Shohei Ohtani's minus 5,000 to win the MVP. What did I miss? What did I miss here?
Basically, he just started hitting again. He's fine. There was a stretch there where he wasn't hitting great, and that's where people were starting to say, well, if he's only giving starts of 4 innings and he's not doing much. He started pitching 5 innings, 4 innings. He's got 8, 9 Ks in these starts. He's going deeper into the games, and he's hitting leadoff triples, and he's hitting home runs again. And also, everybody else just sucks. PCA is losing games for the Cubs when he overslides second base to basically end the game as the tying run. Kyle Schwarber hasn't hit a home run in 2 weeks. It's just he's the only one doing anything.
Okay, that would explain it, because when I left, I remember vividly Schwarber being around 455 to 1. And then you come back and look, have I studied the NL MVP market in Las Vegas? No. The answer is no. But then you get back and Schwarber's 10 to 1. Oh my God, Ohtani's minus 5,000. Kate, that was not ideal. I mean, I have some nice Schwarber positions, but I see that Ohtani number and think, oh, I'm cooked.
So with Jake saying Schwarber hasn't hit a home run in 2 weeks, a little bit of an exaggeration, but that means he's hitting a home run here tonight, right? We betting him to hit a home run?
Only if Jake wants to.
I'm good.
Oh.
Good. All right.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, that one ended pretty quickly. Jake, do you want to talk about kickball right now? We have 2 minutes left, or do you want to carry it over to the top of lightning bets and you can really give us your whole take on it?
I mean, it's a short conversation. Season ends in heartbreaking fashion. Didn't even get to see the field myself. Tough. Silver Bullets, of course, go on to win the championship because, of course, they did. Is what it is. We'll see you in 10 months. It's going to be a long, hard off season. Lick the wounds, come back stronger.
Silver Bullets were the mortal enemy, correct?
Yes, I hate them.
Okay.
Sam, you would hate that. Sam, this guy shows up with a shooting sleeve to kickball. You would hate this guy.
Why does he have? Never mind.
Because he's the worst.
Because he's a douchebag. That's why.
He wears a jewel as a necklace around his neck.
No.
Not a jewel, not like a jewel, like a rock, like a jewel, like the old vape from 10 years ago.
Oh, that's
And you lose this guy, Jake.
Yeah.
I didn't even get the chance to play him.
Is he any good?
I mean, he's all right, but he's also like 5'3".
That's rough. Shooting sleeve and a jewel and kickball. Oof. I doubt he gets too many girls, even if he's
married in a family in Aurora. Why are you traveling that far for kickball? Take care of your
Lightning Bet's
children,
coming up
loser.
on the other side. We'll tell you where we're putting our money next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sammy P with you all week long. Joe O out for the week as he gears up for NFL season. Be back next week. Sam, some breaking-ish news out of college football. Defending national champion has named its starting quarterback for the upcoming season.
You're right. This was sort of expected all along, but it's officially official now. According to Matt Zenitz, Ohio State has announced Julian Sayin is the starting quarterback. He, of course, has been competing for that job. It was always expected he was going to get the job, but now it is definitely going to happen. Sayin started his career at Alabama and then left the program when Nick Saban left. So he threw 12 passes last year, completed 5 of them. Bust! We don't know anything yet about what he's going to do, but the hype is real, of course, and he's one of the top 6 players to win the Heisman Trophy. But they go from Will Howard, who had been around the block, to a kid who has thrown 12 career passes. Definitely a difference there, but Ohio State's high on the kid, and he is the starting quarterback.
Yeah, I was stuck on the Kennedy here in Chicago yesterday for about an hour driving home from the burbs. Not a place you want to spend your Sunday afternoon, but I was listening to the radio and Phil Steele was on taking questions, and one of those was about Ohio State and why they're maybe getting a little disrespected. One, they're the top 3, number 3 team in the country right now. I don't think that's much disrespect, but if there is at all, it's just that this Ohio State team is a lot more inexperienced than last year's team was. Last year's team, a ton of veteran players that forewent to the NFL, came back to try and win a championship. They get it done. Not as much experience on this Ohio State team, still plenty of talent though. So Sayers in at quarterback. To your point, we all kind of expected it. Not a massive piece of news at all, but it did just become official a few moments ago. Sam, how's the first show back from Vegas?
Oh, it's fine. I will be asleep, though, very, very soon. Because as I talked about it off the top, I did that Saturday red-eye. So I left Vegas. I was supposed to leave at 9 p.m. Pacific. Ended up leaving at 11:25 because that's what happens when you take the red-eye. You just get delayed. And then landed Sunday morning at 7 to then go straight to bed, sleep all day, up all night. So that's the only thing. But I as I usually do, Kate, I do it to myself in terms of not being able to function on a normal schedule sometimes. Joe's always just appalled that I would ever take a red eye, and Joe would have never tried to pull that off. But of course I did because I'm difficult. Can you imagine Joe on the red eye across the country on a Saturday night? No. Which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had on our BetMGM Network socials a couple months ago, like the plane of who would you rather sit by. Joe O on a red-eye flight home from Vegas. I would rather sit on the wing. The wing of the plane outside than next to Joe on the red-eye home. And I'm giving him some crap here, but yeah, I wouldn't be very good on a red eye either. Joe and I didn't realize this until he posted a picture. We both went to Savannah Bananas on Friday night. The only difference in both of our experiences is Joe likely took his young children, and I went with my husband, not with young children. So he had a reason to be there, me not so much, but it was actually really fun. Like everyone who kind of like poo-poos on Savannah Bananas and says it's bad for baseball, it was a cool experience. Will I ever go again or have a desire to ever go again? No, absolutely not. Once you've seen it, you've kind of seen it. But I wish Joe and I had connected, because how many times have we done shows together and we've, oddly enough, never met in person. So I wish we would have run into each other and shared a hot dog in the concourse.
I noticed Joe's been getting around on this vacation. He's at the Bananas game. I believe the Bears game last night. I saw him tweeting about where should he park. So I'm assuming he was there. I want to ask about the Bananas in a second. I'm not trying to bury the lead.
Yeah.
Joe texted me on Saturday It was the last day of my trip. I was completely cooked. It was all over for me. I had signed up for all these contests, and we were going to sign up for a couple for the show. And I wasn't going to bother Joe, and he
You didn't have your
didn't want
cash
to bother.
with you.
Well, no, I could have got us contest, but this was Saturday, like hours left on my trip, and he's like, "Hey, you still there?" I'm like, "Dude, you had all week to text me." But that's how, I don't bother Joe. Joe doesn't bother me. Yeah. We do our own thing. But I would have definitely signed us up or him up if it was before Saturday at, 1:00 Pacific time or whatever it was. So we did not get a Bet Sweats official entry, unfortunately. Best part about the Bananas game, what was it?
I mean, it was overstimulation to the max. They changed the song every 2 pitches. So, it was just fun. It was just lively. They brought out Chance the Rapper. They brought out AJ Przinsky. That was very cool. Burley, they brought him out. Burley pitched to Przinsky. That was pretty fun to see. They do all sorts of crazy flips, catching balls in the backfield while doing backflips or in the outfield. It was just fun. It was cool. I went into it so incredibly crabby. I was the worst version of myself walking into that stadium that day. I was so crabby, and they made me a little less crabby. So again, unless it's 5 years down the road and I have a chance to see them again, maybe. But I kind of feel like once you see them once, you've seen enough. Unless you're a 7-year-old and love it. I am not a 7-year-old, Sam. So one and done for me with Savannah Bananas.
Okay. I feel like that's exactly how I would feel. I would go once, and then I would never go again. I think we should do lightning bets, and I'd like to lead lightning bets with me telling everybody one more time, especially after what happened to me in Vegas with Grenard, this is your last chance to bet him at a good number. So BetMGM on Jonathan Grenard, Defensive Player of the Year, is down to 66-1. There's a couple books out there that have 90 and 100. It's getting blitzed. It's getting bet. I'm sure people that were in Vegas are now going to bet it back in their home books. I'm not saying it's going to win, but 100-1 is not right. It should not be triple-digit odds. If you still have the ability to bet it, go do it. That's not a lightning bet technically, but if you still have that 90, 100-1 on Grenard, I would do it. I'm only going to make one bet today. This is a bet that I want to happen for Jake. It also kind of goes in line with the market. I'm going to take Toronto against Paul Skeens. BetMGM's letting me do -105 on the Toronto Blue Jays. I think Skeens is going to give up a couple today. Total 7. I kind of lean over there as well, but I will take the very small underdog with a minus price. Let me go Toronto -105.
I like it, Sam. I may join you on that. Not an official lightning bet for me either. I'm going to go over to the WNBA. I cannot find a number on this quite yet. I've looked multiple places here, but the Chicago Sky are hosting the Seattle Storm. The Storm are coming off a back-to-back. They played in Seattle last night, but this Chicago Sky team right now is god-awful. 59 points in their last game against the Valkyries, 62 the game before that, 65 against the Dream. They cannot score the basketball. And the Storm have one of the best defenses in the WNBA. Again, they are on a back-to-back. I would play the Chicago Sky team total under. I would imagine it's about 65, 66-ish. I would play the under on that. If not, I think you can play the full game under as well, just because I don't think Chicago is going to be doing their part in getting this game over whatsoever. So the total in this one, 155.5. I suppose we can make the under in that game my official lightning bet, but keep an eye out for any Sky team total unders today. That's going to be my only bet of the day. Paul and Jake, welcome in. Please let us know your best bets.
Gonna do the piling on Skeens thing a little bit. Need some good vibes for Jake after a tough weekend with the kickball and all that. I'm gonna go over. I'm going to go Toronto Blue Jays over 3.5 runs. Their team total at even money. See if Vlad and company can tie one on to Skeens and shorten that number a little bit. Get Sanchez a little further up the board.
Please. I don't ask for much. I really don't. I feel like I've seen my fair amount of the horrors, especially lately. So, nice little win would be the horrors.
Oh.
What?
No.
You
the
rolling
horrors,
around with fats?
Trademark. I'm going to get even more invested. I'll be on the Blue Jays too. Great. We're all going to be on this. Can't wait to see how it goes. How does it lose? I like a bunch of dogs today on the Major League Baseball slate too. So again, how does it lose? Can't wait to see this one. I like the Brewers in the first game. Cade Horton's been on this awesome run for the Cubs. Everybody's saying screaming rookie of the year now. Great. Awesome. I'm just going to be back on the Brewers in a bounce back spot in the first game of this doubleheader. You want to make Nestor Cortez a -145 favorite against Robbie Ray and the Giants? Fine. I will happily go on the other side of that one. I'll take the Giants on the money line. And Trevor Rogers has actually been awesome for the Orioles. He's made 11 starts and has a 1.43 ERA. Hello. And it's Dustin May on the other side for the Red Sox. So I'll play the Orioles on the first 5 money line too.
And if you want, real quick, Paul, for anyone that wants a little parlay boost token, maybe some of Jake's underdogs for the day, BetMGM account holders will receive it. Any sport parlay boost token, score bigger payout if you wager with the parlay boost token, and that hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same game parlays. Continue on, Paul Aspen.
I believe it's Cade Horton, Paul.
Thank you for clarifying, Sam.
Yes. By the way, did I nail that pie in the bedsheet reference or what? Nailed it.
I saw your tweet, Sam. So anyone that doesn't understand the analogy like myself initially, go over to Sam's Twitter. You can check out exactly what he's talking about. It makes sense.
At SP
It was
Sheet,
a confusing one, but it was a solid analogy. It really made us think on this Monday morning, which is exactly what we wanted.
It's the Star Wars meme. It's a trap. Same thing.
Yeah. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweat. Sam and I will be back again tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the...
Do we want to pay him exponentially more, though, in 26 and 27 for 2023 and 2024 production? I don't think that basic premise is incorrect, but you have to adjust to the market. The market for edge rusher has exploded. Also, just look at the basics of it. The Bengals defense was atrocious last year. It's not like they've overhauled it via free agency. It's still a lot of the same dudes, and so you've got a new defensive coordinator. How do you expect to have a dramatically better defense in what you think is your Super Bowl window if Trey Hendrickson, your one good defensive player, isn't on the team? And so I really see both sides of this. I could certainly see Trey looking at what's happened at his position going, dude, I was a Defensive Player of the Year finalist, probably the best free agent acquisition in Bengals history, led the league in sacks last year. I want a contract that reflects those things. And I think the Bengals' basic premise is we'll give you a raise. We're not necessarily going to guarantee as many years because you are going to be 31 at the end of this season. I think it's frustrating for most fans that they haven't found some room in the middle, because I believe there's some room in the middle between Trey looking for, close to top of market value and the Bengals right now sitting at a deal where Trey's due to be like the 22nd highest paid edge rusher in the sport. The fact that these two sides haven't found some compromise, some room in between, I think is what's most frustrating to most Bengals fans. I think most Bengals fans are unwilling to really take sides here. They look at both the team and the player and go, come on, there should be room for you two to keep this relationship going. And at the very least, if you're the Bengals and you weren't going to keep the relationship going, why didn't you trade him, back in March or April?
Okay, so how should we feel about this year's Bengals team? Because on one hand, you have Joe Burrow, it feels like in his prime, putting up MVP numbers. But then you look at the defense, you're like, okay, they're going to need to score 38 points a game